go. There we go. Here we are. Hello everyone, this is Bad R Boy and we are back playing Suzerain. Now, before we start, I've got two things to say. Thing number one, Israel today bombed Dahi in a targeted assassination. So shit might hit the fan sooner or later, or it might not. So if I have to haul my ass out of here, just if things escalate, I apologize. That's number one. Number two, I got myself some mango tea with honey as a sweetener because these long streams they fuck up my throat. And I need something to keep me going. But hey, now we are back to Suzerain doing the Nasserist Run. And last time we allocated the budget and we will be working now on a few things. I don't know what we're going to be working on today. Hopefully, we're going to navigate international trade and diplomacy within the global trade war that is ongoing in the game. So, and yeah, last time I managed to defuse the bomb that could have gone off between me and my loving wife. Hmm. Workers at crossroads, millennialism versus Arcadian capitalism. As foreign ideologies across continue to permeate our borders, so as workers stand at a crossroads between millennialist collectivism and Arcadian capitalism. Both approaches present their own unique challenges to our traditional values and working class ethos. As Solon carves its own path, it is crucial that our strategy centers on protecting our workers and promoting domestic industry. Studying a balance between economic progress and safeguarding the dignity of labor is a crucial task that lies ahead of us. Skilled immigration, a catalyst for economic growth. As Solar navigates, okay, yeah, they support it. First lady is a disgrace, no support from her husband. Ah, fuck off. Menfi Festival is now in full motion and the festival goers are enjoying the many attractions set up. However, this year's Menfi Festival started eventfully. In the middle of Curtin Lester's opening speech, the First Lady stood up and interrupted it with a truly shameful act of display. First Lady Monica Rain proved her incapability at handling political matters during the opening speech of the Menfi Festival. Also, I just learned that I could have supported my loving wife and still got the conservative vote on the reform package, so we fucked up. But whatever. We managed to fix the situation. Rightfully contested by Curtin Lester, the mayor of Henrika, she powerlessly looked for help from President Rain that received no support from her husband. This move has created questions in people's heads about the relationship between the president and the first lady. ATO stability rocked by Kinal's potential departure. Rumblings from Kinal suggest an intention to abandon their ATO membership, reverting back to an observer status. Such a move could cause a significant shift in regional power dynamics and alliances, threatening the stability of the ATO. Eventual exit of Kinal not only poses questions about the unity and effectiveness of the organization, but also invites speculation about the wider geopolitical implications. As the potential exit looms, global observers are closely monitoring developments and bracing for the ripple effects this decision might have. By the way, there's a plan to do a nostalgia stream where we lead to this to NATO being fucked over. Oh, this tea, this tea is good. This tea is good. Hidden cost of CSP funded revolutions. While CSP funded revolutions may promise progress, recent data reveals a more concerning picture. Countries experiencing such upheavals witness an average of 15% drop in GDP within the first 2 years. Moreover, 60% of these nations have also recorded a spike in civil unrest incidents. The reality often includes destabilization and significant setbacks in national development, further exacerbated by the resultant socioeconomic upheaval and the potential erosion of political stability. This has led many international observers to scrutinize the efficacy of CSP's socio-political model as nations grapple with the aftermath of such revolutions. It becomes abundantly clear that the path to development and reform is complex and fraught with challenges. The broader implications of these experiences underscore the need for more holistic and context sensitive approaches to political change. Hmm, holistic. Holistic approaches. Okay, lack of them. Economic report. The Ministry of Statistics, along with the Ministry of Economy and the Central Bank, has delivered a preliminary economic status report detailing that the recession is deepening and the financial system is headed towards a potential collapse if we don't take serious action. Mr. Hall said that the situation was dangerous. So for fuck's sake, man. For fuck's sake, I am investing in progress here. Making workers. i- i- I am taking steps that will save our economy, even though we're so much in debt right now. We're so very much in debt. But you have to spend money to make money, my friends. Positive presidential approval rating. Oh, a new approval rating poll has shown that we have landed above a 50% presidential approval rating. Our administration's good performance has been confirmed with a diverse poll taken by thousands respondents from all the region of Soreland. That's great. Keep it up for 3 more years and shit should be good. Budget allocation of Swedish armed forces. Ah, come on, I hate this. To determine the current situation of the military and its spending policy, we held a meeting in the White Room. Peter Vulcan and Josef were seated. General Vulcan, Mr. Lancia, let's start with the briefing. Very well, Mr. President. We have prepared a briefing to convey further details about the current situation of our military. Which branch would you like to know about? Let's talk about the army. According to the latest reports from Camp Strongarm, currently we field 6 armies totaling up to approximately 400,000 active troops, which is a good amount. The real issue we are having is the quality, not quantity. What is the current equipment status? Our army is quite outdated by today's military standards. Most of our equipment is 2 decades old. To make up for our lack of modern military equipment, we resort to a large number of soldiers, which is not really a long-term solution. I have been trying hard to reduce the negative effects of this problem. We don't need a modernization program. A standardized purchase of lacking equipment would do. We need more funding towards expanding the military size, otherwise our army will be seen as weak. Where exactly is our army deployed at right now? The First Army is stationed at the Lesbia and Welland borders to protect the way into the central regions of Sorland. Second Army, our largest force, has been situated by the Ramburg border. The Second Army has a large mountain commando force, and it is the most adequately equipped army to face Ramburg. The Third Army is near the Agnolian border and the coastal areas facing Volksland. Due to our bitter past, our coastal defense force is always on alert. The decimation of our fleet is still not forgotten. How do you compare to other armies? Ramburg fields about 6 armies amounting to 1 million soldiers. Lesbia fields 5 armies, which amount to 800,000 soldiers. Volksland field 1 army of about 140,000 soldiers. Welland field an army amounting to 100,000 soldiers, and Agnolia fields 2 armies with a total of 200,000 soldiers. The sheer size of Ramburg's army is because of their forced conscription laws. They are able to afford such a large force due to their massive gold reserves, significantly came from Rizia over the past decades. On the other hand, the Lesbian army is the most advanced, followed by the Volkslandian army. Both of these countries put lots of money in modernizing their military. I'm curious about another branch. Very well. Let's talk about our navy. Our navy currently constitutes 59 vessels with a total of 60,000 sailors and support staff. As you know, these ships are commanded from our main naval base in Conriad, where our flagship, the SN Renan, is docked. Okay. How does our navy compare to others? Our navy is dwarfed by the size of the Volkslandian navy, which has 194 ships, and the Agnolian navy that has 81 ships. We only surpass Lesbia in terms of our navy, as they have less than 30 ships. As you see, the situation is dire, but the solution is not just more ships. To make a truly better navy, we need to equip our ships with modern radar and sonar systems. More outdated ships wouldn't mean much. Which seas does our Navy currently patrol? We are patrolling the Markian Sea, the Grey Strait, and the Antacean Sea. Our Navy protects all our coastal regions. However, to make sure we are not thinning out our defense, we prioritize certain regions over others, like Greater Wholesome. We often patrol the routes that are close to the shipping lanes, especially Markian Sea and Grey Strait. The amount of cargo that goes through that area is eye-opening. Another thing to note is after the takeover of Heliland, where our Navy has led incursion operations to protect Agnolia, we also take part in some joint Navy drills as well. Let's hear about the other branches of the armed forces. Which one? Can you provide me details on our Air Force? Our Air Force currently has 410 planes in the inventory, out of which only 140 are jet planes that are not in great condition. 30,000 pilots and support staff work in the Air Force, and they are commanded from the Mark Air Force Base in Erlori. What are our operational capabilities? Our planes can bomb targets within 400 kilometer radius of their airfield. They have a medium range and semi-effective nighttime bombing capabilities. At any time, we can field 7 air wings composing a total of 130 aircraft that can operate in combat duty. This is enough to subdue most targets. In terms of our bombing capability, we have an average of 100 meters of precision. This is not great, but it's still within the effective radius of the bombs. How experienced are our pilots? Our pilots have average experience. They have a total of 450 hours flight time with their craft before they are qualified. This gives them more than enough time to get used to it. This is low compared to 100 to 1,000 to 150, from 1,000 to 1,500 hours in other countries like Arcadia, United Contana, and even Volksland. Normally, the hours per pilot should be higher, but due to the lack of funding, we can decrease the training times for costs are rather high. I would like to know more about the other branches. A specific one you want to know about? Oh fuck! I could have asked a lot of other stuff. Whatever. Let's move on. Let's. He cleared his throat. The Ministry of Defense is disappointed about the lack of additional funds. We knew that keeping the same budget for the military would cause for some concern from it. The military is important, but it's not a priority. Resources were more needed as the military has always been well funded. I'd be willing to support the military in other ways we could come to an agreement. We request any support we can get at this point. The military circle has been moody after they heard the decision. We expected more. We know that there have been high hopes, but the president has made his decision to prioritize other branches. We are stuck between a rock and a hard place without money. The military suffers from budget overextension in order to keep up with other countries. Like, listen. Ideally, I would have spent money over the military, but I think this game will punish me if I do that. The issue here is that while Nasser did put money into modernizing the army, it was over a few years. Like there were 5 year plans. We are here for like a 4 year presidential term, and only 6 months have passed since I took office. I do not have the money. Maybe in our second term. So, okay. Yosef let out a long sigh. No use complaining now, Vulcan. Let's look at what we can do with what we have. I've been planning to improve the quality of the armed forces by buying better military equipment. How would that be possible without funds? It won't be. There is one way. If we relieve half the force that could create enough of a surplus, then we could invest in new equipment. Quality over quantity. I like it. Vulcan's eyes widen. We are barely matching the size of half our neighbors, while the other half have armies 2 times bigger than ours. How on earth would discharging half the armed forces and buying new gear solve our defense issues? A better equipped smaller force is much more preferable. We are 2 decades behind in gear and training due to the size and sluggishness of our forces. The reduction of the army would cause more unemployment, which would hurt the administration. What do you think, Mr. President? Leave the military untouched, there is no reason to break a working structure and use defense weaknesses. Use size and buy better equipment with surplus. Let's reform the army and create a smaller, better equipped force. Now let's go with that. Excellent. I shall begin the plans immediately. I can hardly say that I welcome this change. Joseph and Vulcan looked at each other. That will be all for today then. Good work, everyone. I'd like to extend my thanks for your attendance. The meeting concluded as the sun set over the concrete jungle that was Holsum. Okay, our military situation, we have an adequately equipped military. We still have a large reservist pool. We have experienced generals, but now we have adequately equipped military. I wonder what the situation was before that. Outdated, I believe. Whatever. Balkan. Stagnation marks Groening's regional growth. Groening, known for its fertile lands and world-renowned vineyards, is currently experiencing a stagnation in regional growth. This economic flatlining has raised concern over Groening's economic resilience and the need for innovative strategies to revitalize its growth. The city and regional authorities are closely monitoring the situation to take necessary actions. Protests against Governor Braun's security policies. An exceptionally large protest has taken place in Uziren as well as several others in Bergia, indicating an increase in general unrest against the special zone and the governor's security policies targeting the British Freedom Front. The government has also authorized widespread surveillance of blooded individuals, which has created a climate of fear and mistrust in the community. The Scottish people are demanding that their civil liberties and human rights be respected, and that they are not unfairly targeted based on their ethnicity or perceived political affiliations. Death of former Black Battalion Brigadier General. In Estor, the former Brigadier General of the Black Battalion has been found dead. The cause of death is currently under investigation. The Brigadier General, who once held a significant position in the military establishment in the 1930s, had many followers from the NFP, and his sudden death has caused a stir in the city. Antiquated railway. America. Young Source militants arrested. The American police force has organized a raid today after reports from the Swedish Intelligence Directorate about suspected Young Source activity in Andrika. The police were ambushed during their raid of the suspected building. The firefight that broke out. Four militants were killed and 10 more have been arrested in the aftermath. Unfortunately, an officer was also killed during the fighting. ATO embraces the new paradigm PMC is legitimized. The ATO has extended official recognition and legitimacy not only to Cerebris International and Palantir security solutions, but to all private military companies. This decision marks a significant policy shift, acknowledging PMCs as instrumental to the future security strategy of the ATO member states. Private militaries now stand firmly in the global arena with ATO's, excuse me, with ATO's full endorsement, augmenting existing military resources and providing a new layer of strategic capabilities against the potential challenges, most notably from the CSP. The sanctioning of PMC activities has consequently reshaped the operational dynamics of these organizations, amplifying their roles in international security and conflict resolution. With the newfound recognition, PMCs have poised to operate within the mainstream security framework, demonstrating the ATO's adaptable, forward-thinking approach to defense policy. Military force reduction. Second continent, satellite in space. Okay. Government backs rural development. Okay. Massive protests against Governor Braun. Okay. I'm not gonna read everything, but we should just get the idea. Education reforms. The Ministry of Education is reporting that the massive overhaul of the education system is progressing very well. All schools in Solent will collaborate in the reduction of hours taught in citizenship, Solism, and nationalism subjects. Significant efforts are being made to lessen the political indoctrination in education. Other changes are also happening in the curriculum. Pedagogical improvements like improved teacher-student relations and the emphasis on critical thinking development have begun all across the entire country. Minister Wilder reports solid progress on many fronts, which with few schools delaying the transformation on political grounds. Discussion of the formation of a new police force. A new police force, the anti-corruption police. Anti-corruption police is nice. Carl Greaser arrived for a meeting to discuss the new police force. After Livia informed us of his arrival, Lucian opened the door and let him in. Hello, Mr. President. Mr. Galade, what a sunny day. The weather outside was beautiful indeed. Clear sky and sunshine made the scenery look lively. I could even hear the sounds of birds chirping from the palace garden. You're right. I need to go out more often. Good to see you, Carl. How have you been? It's been going okay. We have tackled many security issues, but there are still some to go through. But more importantly, the security situation in the country is much more stable, allowing people to return to a normal life. Please have a seat. We don't want you to feel uncomfortable. I am used to being uncomfortable. He took a seat and corrected his posture. We have been informed of the establishment of the anti-corruption police under the Ministry of Justice. Indeed so, Minister Morgna has given me full authority to lead the new force in order to fight corruption from within. It's a very powerful force, one that didn't exist in Scotland before. The important question for us is where your loyalties lie. Our relations of hope will be close partners in the fight against corruption. Let's go with the last one. Sir, we have a tough and long fight ahead of us. It will take years, but we will win. You can believe that. I want to make it absolutely clear my belief in you as a leader is unquestionable. Minister Morgna, though not as inspiring as you are, has also shown great capability. The more I work with her, the more I am convinced that she is a very motivated and efficient administrator. I better hope his loyalties lie with me and not with that fucking snake in the grass, Lilia's Graf. She takes her work personally, her motivations to fight corruption are real. She takes her work personally, her motivations to fight corruption are real. Thanks to the resource diversion to the ministry, those objectives can now be met. Justice will indeed be served. Carl leaned closer and lowered his voice ever so slightly. There are elements within our states that have ulterior motives. Elaborate, please. May I speak frankly, sir? Sure, you are among friends. There are some very powerful deep state forces inside the administration. Our investigations have just begun, but certain links we have discovered are troubling. Mr. Hawker has financial and other ties to certain figures. He is a dangerous man. Currently, we are collecting evidence to find out exactly what his network comprises. Those suspected the existence of such a deep state. The real question here is who in the government and cabinet is on Mr. Hawker's side. We need to find out who has ulterior motives and root them out of the administration. I couldn't agree more. Anyone who corrupts our system and creates a parallel organization is a threat to Storland. The most important subject here is the old guard establishment. They pose a direct threat to us. Once enough evidence is gathered, we should be able to begin the corruption trials if we want to. Hawker, Heron, and the rest of the guard in the Supreme Court won't be able to be prosecuted at all. This means we can't cut the heads of the snake, but we will be able to strangle everyone around them. Besides them, there are other elements we are aware of. The oligarchs seem to have some people in the inside as well. We have received more unconfirmed reports about Mr. Tusk having both people in the administration. And they seem to be evading taxes through bribery and exploiting the gray areas in our laws. Our investigators in Estord and Narble have also found some suspicious financial activity from some of their corporations. If their tax returns were to be made public, it would help us track irregularities in the filings. We could look further into Tusk and the Lothar group. Bribery should be eradicated from the economy, must be controlled by the state. Lothar has too much. Let's go. We could look further into Tusk and the Lothar group. If that is your desire, we can certainly inquire further about their operations. Masakuranti and HOS have also a strong presence in the media and many other industries. There are some patterns we observe that are unusual. It really seems like they have a powerful influence in the majority of the so-called independent news organizations. They might not be so independent after all. Masakuranti has been very supportive of my administration. He's a close one. Marcel offered me a deal before and needs to be investigated. We certainly can. I wish we had proof of the incident. It would help in a case against him. Carl sighed. Last but not least is the opposition leader Franz Richter. We have received intelligence that he has connections to Arcadia. Upon further inquiries, we can't see anything illegal here besides a mismatch of information. Urquhart must have pushed this forward. We shouldn't even consider moving on the reformist leader in our position. Prime Sector is our ally and we shouldn't move against him. There's nothing illegal, so why even talk about this? Richter is a loyal servant of Solon. The old guard is trying. He must have some. We must have. He must have some dirt on him. We should look deeper. Yeah, it's better to keep an eye on him. Everyone has something. Usually, the reformists and the other opposition members can't be fully clean. There are so many potential corruption cases here. Therefore, we need to pick a faction to focus on. We can't investigate everyone within the remainder of this term and come up with a thorough and compelling case. The most logical step would be to use the ACP to pressure either the oligarchs or the old guard. Where should we concentrate our anti-corruption efforts? Let's focus anti-corruption investigation on Tusk and the oligarchs. The old guard can be dealt with. I mean, they're gonna die eventually. With our reforms, these oligarchs, with our reforms, the old guard will not have as much power anymore. Saul will eventually die of old age. We will have more parties from the left, especially within the parliament, within the National Assembly or the General Assembly, and essentially we will have limited the powers of the Supreme Court. The old guard's days are numbered to reform. Besides, the fucking oligarchs will steal all the money they have, will take all the money they have in Solon and flee the fuck out by the end of the game and ruin my fucking economy as it recovers. So let's focus on anti-corruption investigation on Tusk and the oligarchs. Yes, sir, we will focus our research and investigation on the oligarchs. Well, it has been decided that should conclude the meeting. Good day and good luck, Mr. Greaser. Good day, sir. Kara and Lucian left the room. Alright. Okay. Seems like we are about to start. Anti-corruption police forms formed. A special police department has been formed to fight corruption within the state, business, and the police itself. The new anti-corruption force, anti-corrupting police, AKP, will be serving duties under the Justice Ministry of Solent. All right. Okay. We're ready. We're already concluding a crackdown. God bless you. All right. Now we can have our deals with Wellen and Agnolia. And hopefully I can manage to navigate shit in this game. But first, some tea. Excuse the tea drinking ASMR. But, my mouth is close to the mic. Alright, let's go with Agnolia. Jay talks with the Prime Minister of Agnolia. Solent once flight from Holsor to Stalport took 3 hours, but went very smoothly. 3 hours, but went very smoothly. Okay. We were about to touch down. David left his seat and came over while Simon was enjoying his newspaper. Looks like we're about to land, Mr. President. I looked outside. I could see Heliland, the island between Vogsland and Agnolia. So many conflicts over such a small piece of land. The island can barely sustain itself without outside help. I know, I was thinking of this. If I was in the shoes of the Agnolia Prime Minister, I would do anything to protect the motherland. I don't blame them, it is a very strategic position. Certainly, if you have Heliland, you are in control of the whole Vagos channel. I suspect it will be one of the topics that Mr. Van Hoorten will bring up as a bargaining chip. We must be careful. Heliland might be under the control of Agnolia, but the international community has yet to recognize it for a good reason too. Nobody wants to make an enemy of Vogsland, especially because of the support of United Contana and the CSP. Don't care who we're up against, we'll cross that bridge when it comes. Me including, I wouldn't want to do anything to injure our relationship with Vogsland. I agree, we should try our best to stick to the middle ground. Simon folded his newspaper, got up from his seat, and sat right next to us. Aside from the point of Heliland, we need to be careful about the additional requests. According to the deal that was negotiated so far, they want to sell us their steel for a higher price. They are requesting easier access to our agricultural market. In return, they are promising cash flow and investments, especially in the Agleland region. It's not hard to guess why. Precisely, acknowledging immigrants in our Agland region make up a good chunk of the area's economy now. During the initial negotiations, they brought up the topic of immigration many times. The fact that we have relaxed our immigration laws will help tremendously. Let's see if we can shake hands on it. The pilot made an announcement that the descent had started. David and Simon went back to their seats. I took another look outside the window. I could see Stalport, the capital city of Agnolia. The large dockyard of the city and the canals, Stal and Agnolia, appeared closer as our descent continued. Stalport was certainly a fitting name. A couple of minutes later, we finally touched down. The plane parked. I took a final look out the window. The welcoming ceremony for Magnolia was waiting along the red carpet outside. After the guards made their way out, I exited the plane. I will wave at the crowd. I waved at the crowd that gathered. There were many camera flashes. I started to make my way downstairs. Prime Minister Van Houten was nowhere in sight. Instead, I was greeted by the Foreign Minister. After handshakes and a couple of photos, I moved to the car where Serge was waiting to drive to the office of the Prime Minister. Good day, sir. I hope the flight was comfortable. Yes, it was. Thank you, Serge. I got in the car and we made our way through the foreign streets. Our convoy was protected by soldiers and acknowledging guards in their vehicles. We got on the highway besides the port and saw dozens of dockyards and ships anchored. Some of the boats and machinery looked old. The city itself looked very grey and grim. The buildings had a touch of Fromberg's famous monarchian architecture, with a mix of Swedish signature domes and the older ones. We were now on the main road to the office of the Prime Minister. Looks like they are not happy to see you, sir. Serge pointed at the crowd that gathered on both sides of the street. It was a protest. They were shouting and yelling at our convoy. Some of them held signs written in Swedish, Saltland must pay that it says to Agnolia. You know, never knew Agnolians were so ungrateful. Not everyone sees a great leader like you every day. There have been so many issues in Solent. I don't know if I can call myself a great leader. Sir, humility is important, but not in this case. They were always scared of Solent's potential, and now they are afraid that a lion leads Solent. They are afraid of you. Not just that, but you are a man who is selfless enough to help your driver's children. A true leader, I dare say. How is little Anton doing? He is fine, sir, a strong boy. Take us for his namesake for sure. The convoy started slowing down. We have arrived, sir. The car continued through the gates while the security vehicles went the other way. We finally came to a stop in front of the door. Serge left the car and opened the car door. I exited and began walking to the door where dozens of press and the Prime Minister were waiting for me. I saw the PM much more clearly as I neared the door. He was shorter than I thought. He looks like Peter. Mr. President, welcome to Agnolia and to the beautiful city of Stalport. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. It's great to be here. He reached out for a handshake. The press surrounding us had been waiting for this moment. You will shake hands and hug after. We shook hands and I went for a hug, which was received well with the Prime Minister. The press went wild and took more pictures. He gestured to the entrance of the 200-year-old Parliament building. In this case, he already views the trade deals we have as giving us an unfair advantage. I don't want to make it look like I am overpowering him, like Sorland is like taking charge over Agnolia. I want him to see us as equal, and therefore I can maybe find the way of negotiation. This way, please. He entered and the press followed us inside the 200-year-old Parliament building. I would like to present you with a gift as a sign of friendship between our countries. An assistant showed up immediately with a large glass case in her hands. It contained a single sheet of parchment inside. This is one of the first treaties written between Solent and Agnolia. May it mark the renewal of our friendship today as well. I hope so. I hope so, said Van Houten. Our photos were taken again. I gestured at one of our detainees who was holding our gift to the PM. Gift one of the original copies of the first constitution of Solent. Gift a soldier's bred puppy despite Houghton's known fear of dogs. Gift an ornamental ceremonial sword made of soldier steel. Yeah, that will offend him. That will offend him. Let's go with the first one. Our gift was one of the original copies of the first Constitution of Solon. Ah, an excellent copy. I've always wondered what one of the originals looked like. Thank you for this excellent gift. The cameras flashed once again. Let's go to my office. Follow me. I followed him and we entered the office of the Prime Minister with its minimalist wooden decor. The room was far more modest than I expected. We sat down. He leaned back and made himself comfortable. Sheesh, I'm thankful to be done with the ceremonies. Are you not fond of these ceremonies? I think they are a waste of time, but alas, that is one of our jobs. He got up from his chair and moved over to the bar. There were many varieties of liquor. Would you like a drink, Surain? Just water is fine. As you wish. He poured the drinks and gave mine to me before sitting down again. A true gentleman. I can respect that about you, Mr. Horton. This is how we do things in Agnolia, Mr. Rain. I appreciate the kind words, but flattery alone won't sway me this day. First of all, I would like to say that I have been watching your recent immigration policy changes. I am glad that you have decided to keep them to get relaxed. Immigrants are very important for beneficial economical development. We believe that very much in Agnolia. It's reassuring to see Solent move in a more modern direction. Thank you. He took a sip from his vodka. So tell me, Mr. Rain, is Solent a reliable trading partner to Agnolia? Of course, Mr. Van Horten can trust Solent. Very good. Pause for a moment. It was a good move to start building that highway overall. This will possibly affect our trade. Well done, Mr. Rain. Thank you. You are very kind. Van Horten leaned back further in contemplation. Let's change the course of our nations. First of all, if we shake hands on it, this agreement is going to be extremely beneficial for both of us. We should be able to solve your recession in no time with the investment and the money flow coming from us. This is, as you know, on top of the reduced tariffs for trade between our countries. Of course, in return, as discussed between my people and your people before, you will allow us privileged access to your agricultural markets. You will be buying steel from us for a higher price, which is a small price to pay, really. That is the deal. What do you say, Mr. Rain? Okay, so we get money and we give them what they're owed. Essentially, like we have a fair trade deal with them. Reduced tariffs are good. Investments are good, and overall, but I want to see what happens. Now I say this is not a beneficial deal for Sorland. You went through all these efforts to come to say no to me. You are throwing many months of work down the drain. This is a mistake. I can't agree to the higher prices. We prefer to continue with the current steel deal. We believe that Solon has been given an unfair advantage for too long because of the previous agreements. We can no longer accept this, Mr. Rain. Our people believe that we have long been overshadowed by Solon. I am here to fix that with a beneficial trade for both of us nonetheless. Then I will accept, Mr. Van. We don't want to lose such an important partner. Is there no room for discussion? We don't want to lose our cooperation with Solon. Maybe I can agree with the old prices. I will offer an alternative for the sake of our history together. As you know, Helliland have been long contested between Agnolia and Volksland. You know how the international community does not recognize our rightful claim on the island, including Solon. Wouldn't it be fitting for Solon to finally announce the recognition of Helliland as Agnolian territory? To do that, we'll have a deal. You are asking too much. Solon is rejecting a trade deal that rights the wrongs of the past, doesn't recognize its partners' territories. Yet, we are the ones asking for too much? I took you for someone who you were not, I suppose, but you are different. You are no different than your predecessors. Okay, no, no, we fucked up. We fucked up. We fucked up. I am gonna close and I'm going to reopen it. Yeah, I listen. I did not want to do that. I did not want to do that. I wanted to take that deal. I was just curious what would happen. So I'm going to reopen the game and I'm going to go through this thing again because the nicest thing to do is to take that trade. I do not want to upset this scale of things too much, and I do want to have good relationship with Vogsland, and in turn, good relationship with the CSP. But I also don't want to compromise the trade with Agnolia. So I'm going to make that deal. It's going to happen. I'm just explaining so nobody comes and say your safe's coming. And I already said my position on safe's coming and safe stating in emulators. It is fine. You like it is meant. You are meant to have fun playing these games. You are meant having fun playing these games. And some people find fun and difficulty. I do sometimes too. Okay. Okay. So let's go with what we picked. I wave at the crowd. Okay. 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 I accept. Excellent. Before we dive into the paperwork for the trade deal, I want to offer you another possibility. I would like to expand on our new partnership. We have regional forces like Kromberg that have been imposing danger on both of our countries. I am of the mind that we must unite, so, by the powers bestowed upon me as Prime Minister of Agnolia, I am offering a military alliance between Sorland and Agnolia. What do you think? Sorland is not ready to go that far with Agnolia. I do not want to have a military alliance because that will stop me from having deals with Valksland. This is unfortunate. It would have been beneficial against the Rumble threat. However, Agnolia can stand by itself against any threat just fine. But there is another topic I would like to bring up. As you know, Helluland has been long contested between Agnolia and Vogsland. Those warmongers want to take back the island. You know how the international community does not recognize our rightful claim on the island, including Solent. Wouldn't it be fitting for Solent to finally announce the recognition of Helluland as Agnolian territory? You are asking too much. It is a reasonable request, but I won't push too far on the matter. You have achieved enough for today. Well then, he stood up from his chair. We must continue the official program. As you know, we will pay a visit to our founder's grave for another ceremony afterwards. Afterwards, we will move on to the state dinner. After you. As soon as we left the office, I briefed Simon and David on the outcome of the meeting. The rest of the state trip was full of fake smiles, handshakes, incredibly long ceremonies, even longer meetings between our ministers and their counterparts. When we came to the end of the trip, the way back was mostly silent. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when we touched down in Holston. Okay, okay. So, um, Bergen police ambushed by young militants. Bergen police were ambushed and repelled by two underage suspects armed with KA-74s were quickly killed. The suspects are believed to have been newly recruited militants of the British Freedom Front. This incident highlights the growing trend of underage recruitment by the BFF and the increasing danger posed by the young militants. The government is urged to take immediate action to address the root causes of the BFF's recruitment strategies and prevent further radicalization of young people. The rioters are arrested. The protests are and occasional looting of the past weeks have ceased in the city of Linkerk. Linkerk police have reported that the situation is now under control and thousands of arrests have been made while quelling the situation. Economy-wise, situationally, we have recovered trade volume. Okay, which is good. Diplomatically, we have higher price steel imports from Magnolia. Some imports steel from Magnolia at twice the cost compared to other countries. However, this trade agreement provides Poland with access to high quality steel from a reliable source and supports the ongoing trade relations between the two nations. Magnolia has been granted a special privilege in Sworland. They have priority access and are entitled to purchase any agricultural product that is produced within the country's borders. Additionally, Magnolians will receive a discount on the tariffs that are applied to these purchases. See, they can buy shit from us. This was beneficial. This was beneficial for everybody involved, and we did not have any issue over the Helliland situation. We can still get trade with Volksland. We can still save our economy some more. The radical journalist arrested. New trade deal with Agnolia. Okay. President Rain gives upper hand to Agnolia. Yeah, piss off. Darkness descends. Our respected correspondent and columnist journalist, without providing evidence, red youth, darkened. Yeah, we okay. Hegel, Van Horten is playing with fire. Yesterday morning, Chancellor of Volksland Hegel delivered a press conference in Haarlem about the escalated tensions in Helliland. During the press release, he said Agnolia's unlawful occupation of the island will not stop us from doing whatever it takes to protect our people living in Helliland. He heavily criticized and condemned Prime Minister Van Horten, saying, "We are dealing with an illegal occupation force which doesn't refrain from entering our territorial waters without asking our permission. Van Horten is playing with fire, and he is not careful. If he is not careful, he might get burned," said Hegel. Geopolitical will be watching the developments closely. Now we go to Wellen. Wait, okay, so Agnolia. Okay, okay. Okay, let's go to Wellen. Trade talks with the president of Wellen. And here I will have to flex some of the shit that I read about Nasser and the Kurdish question in Iraq. Solan 1 flies from Hosor to Warzakia to Ural Kawitz. It took approximately 5 hours. Despite heavy turbulence, I managed to sleep a little. Simon, David, and I landed at the international airport of the capital city of Wellen. Our aim here was to finalize the trade deal drafted between Solon and Wellen. Our plane landed and the door opened. The sun blinded me for a moment. I stepped outside. I saw the soldiers lined up on either side of a red carpet. There must have been at least 100 of them. A marching band started playing and the soldiers immediately saluted me. I salute the soldiers. At the bottom of the stairs, Victor Smolak was waiting for me next to a military jeep with a few soldiers by his side. There were a few reporters at the edge of the crowd waiting with their cameras. He was a tall man, almost as tall as me. He was wearing large sunglasses and a regular suit, contrasting with the military attire of everyone else in the field. "Mr. President, welcome to Arlowitz." He immediately motioned for an embrace. We hugged, and many cameras went off at the same time. He turned around for a couple of additional poses. Pull him aside for a couple of more poses yourself. Let's go with "Nice to see you, Mr. President." Now that the pleasantries are done, let's go. We will take the jeep for a tour. With another tune from the marching band, we boarded the military jeep. He sat in the driver's seat and I sat next to him. As we started speeding up, the soldiers saluted again. Victor saluted back, saluted the soldiers. Both of our security details started following us immediately along with a team of reporters. We will first go to the city center to see the unveiling of a statue. Whose statue? Mine, of course. We kept making small talk about the flight and the weather as we made our way towards the city center. On almost every corner, there were reporters taking photos of us. Aside from them, though, the streets seemed completely empty. Is Warlawitz always this empty? I had this part of the city closed down. Okay, give me a second. I'll be back. And back. I had this part of the city closed down because of your visit, so that you could enjoy the city in peace. There we are. We arrived at the center in the middle of a large plaza. There was a covered statue. Large crowds of people were gathered behind fences, waving both Solon and Welland flags. Victor waved back at them. My people have been very supportive of this visit, Mr. President. I am sure you are delighted to see them. A man came closer to the by the way, excuse the accent, but that's how I imagine Victor speaks in my mind. A man came closer to the fences and started yelling at Victor with my limited knowledge of the Wajik language, and I saw the words Victor and murderer. Almost instantaneously, two soldiers came up from behind the man and he was taken away. Thankfully, the sun is out. Today will be a good day for the reveal. What will happen to the man who was protesting? Oh, which man? That one in the crowd? Don't worry about the details. He must have been troubled fellow. Let's focus on the relevant. We took our places in front of the statue. With a drum roll, the statue of Victor Smolak was uncovered. It was a fairly good likeness, albeit more muscular than the real Victor. He was wearing a cloak and holding a sword in his hand. Excellent statue, very lifelike. What do you think? Mr. Smolak, I don't have time for these games. Yes, it's very good, very lifelike. Yes, it's very good, very lifelike. Glad you appreciate the art behind it. Join me for a walk. I followed him through the streets. At every corner, more and more photos were taken. We stopped in front of a pastry vendor on the street. Give me two strudels. The man behind the stand smiled and gave us two strudels. I'll pay the street vendor. I put my hand on my wallet and brought up some money to pay the vendor. Hold up, your money doesn't count here. I got this. He handed the money to the street vendor with a huge smile on his face. The cameras flashed again. Afterwards, we walked a short distance to the palace. Passing the gates, we made our way into the main building, made from ivory-colored stones. The old guard towers flanked the magnificent structures from both sides. The inside of the palace was very spacious, with a very large chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Grand staircases made from the same ivory stone had red carpets on them. On the upper levels, guards stood wearing the traditional outfits of the old Wajik kingdom. We finally reached the office of the president of Felon. The door closed behind us. I looked around at the golden ornaments on the walls and the various jewel-encrusted artifacts. As it was customary in Welland, we sat down on the carpet. Now we can talk about our trade deal. I nodded. I nodded. But before that, he clapped his hands twice. Bring me the Khisha. A few assistants immediately entered the room carrying a large ornamented Khisha, the well-known smoking instrument originated from Welland. They immediately lit it up and the room was filled with the smell of tobacco. Victor inhaled the smoke and handed me the Khisha. I partake, because Nasser was a smoker. I inhaled the smoke. It was probably the highest quality tobacco I had ever smoked. I handed it back. Took another puff, filling the room with more smoke. So, Mr. President, that's too long. Can I call you Anton? Sure, Anton. Tell me, what do you really think about Hamburg? They are a threat to the region. I agree with your sentiments, Anton. They are a threat to everyone in the region. I assure you their time will come. Regardless, I would rather prevent further conflict in the region. You know as well as I do, Anton, that they are coming whether we like it or not. They are the aggressor, not us. And now I need to solve some problems they are creating for me. I'm listening. He clapped his hands again. Two assistants came into the room with a map of the border regions between Welland and Solent. They pointed at the border. Look, Bloods and their so-called BFF are causing problems for me in the region. They are getting increasingly dangerous with Rumberg's active support. I know that they are a problem for you as well. I will not allow these traitors to exist within my borders, so I will hit them with all the might of Welland. These terrorists need to be destroyed. I will cut all their supplies from Ramberg and trap them on the mountains. I call it Operation Bear Trap. I don't support any military action this close to our borders. He lay back on the large pillow behind him. Here is the deal. I will give you objectively the best trade deal in the region. You will give me your assistance crushing the terrorists on both of our borders. I need specifics. Sure. Excuse me a second. Okay. Test. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. After the last time, my mic was a little bit weird, so I just need to keep checking it every now and then. My spies have infiltrated BFF cells and they found caches of KA-74s. We traced them back to Rumburg. This alone justifies my retaliation to protect my country. Worst of all, we also found that similar shipments are going to Seoul and Rumburg is trying to unite the BFF forces in both our countries. However, the main problem is the border security between our nations. BFF militants have been using the mountains between Solent and Welland to escape justice in both our countries. If we don't act and trap them in those mountains, they will keep replenishing their forces in both of our countries and keep waging war against our citizens. Yes, Anton, you see, this is not just Welland's problem. Let's take a step back and talk about what you will get in return. I propose you a no tariff agreement, co-investment projects, and oil. In return, you will assist me in destroying the armed militants in my country. You know that as long as they use the mountains in Welland as a base, Sorland and Lesbia will equally suffer. This is in the interest of the whole region. What kind of support do you need from me? Can't Welland handle it by itself? We can, but these vermin are good at hiding. As I told you, they operate and keep reorganizing inside both of our countries. What I want from you in return for all the money and the resources is only a joint operation between our armies against the BFF. Take a moment to think about it. Let's negotiate Solon's contribution in this operation. You are a tough one, Anton. Normally, I wouldn't offer anything else, but I like you. Here is my final offer. When the operation starts with you or without you, there will be stragglers trying to cross into Sorland. We just want you to support the operation even if you do not join. Stop the terrorists from fleeing to your country, and you will have your deal. Simple, isn't it? So what do you think? Okay, let's rationalize this. So, Welland is definitely Iraq, the Bloods are definitely the Kurds, and Smolak is Saddam. Now, Saddam Hussein originally negotiated a deal for an autonomous Kurdish or Iraqi Kurdistan in 1970, and everything was going to work. He was vice president at the time, and it was going to enter into effect in 1975. However, interferences from the Shah of Iran fucked things up in 1975. Now, Nasser, for the longest time, advocated for rights of the Kurdish people in Iraq. First against the monarchy, but then when Karim Qasim took over Iraq and started barking at Nasser with the support of the Kurds, the relationship between Nasser and the Kurds faltered a little bit. However, for a while, the Kurds did call Nasser the father of the Kurdish people. And the Syrian Kurds were very supportive of him and his endeavors. Now in Iraq, Nasser always hated the fact that the subsequent Iraqi governments, be it opposing to Egypt or allying with Egypt, kept fighting the Kurds and kept having to put down Kurdish revolts. He kept saying that they need to reach a political solution that safeguards everybody's rights in Iraq. He went as far as telling them, why not go with a Yugoslav-style federation system? You know, it solves all the problems. Because he was sick of Iraq just saying, oh, we are fighting the Kurds, when Nasser kept telling them, we need to reinforce the eastern front in our fight against Israel, or in any subsequent war with Israel. We need to, Iraq was not playing its correct role in collective Arab security because they kept fighting their own people. Now Nasser, after the Baathists and the Nasserists couped Abdel Karim Qasim in 1963, Abdel Nasser sent them support by sending them paratroopers in Baghdad. It was supposed to be there to safeguard the new regime from any attempt at overthrowing them, be it from the West or from the Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union was an ally of Qasim, and Britain was an ally of Qasim for a while, because they saw him as the guy who will fuck over Nasser's hold on the Arab world and further fragment the Arab movement, the Arab socialist movement, or the Arab revolutionary movement, which sadly succeeded. In any case, Nasser sent his forces to Baghdad, but under one condition. They are not, under any circumstances, be used to support any operation by the Iraqi army against the Kurdish insurgents. Even at one point when Iraqi politicians and security officials came to Nasser and told them the main issue is the Kurds, he shouted at them and said, no, the main issue is that you are running away from responsibilities to fight your own people. He told them, frankly, just give them fucking autonomy. Why don't you give them even a state of their own? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And to be fair, at the time, the Kurds in Iraq, during the Nasserist era, they wanted one of three things. They either wanted to have their own state, which is going to be in a tight alliance with any united Arab republic, or they wanted to have their own federal state within, if the United Arab Republic was unitary. They wanted their own federal state within a federal Arab Republic if the United Arab Republic is going to be a federation, or they wanted administrative decentralization within a unitary Iraqi state. They wanted one of these three things, if memory serves right. And they were willing to accept any of those. They were willing to accept to be. They want either independence with a close alliance with a unitary Arab Republic. They want a federal republic within a grander United Federal Arab Republic, or autonomy within a unitary Iraqi state. Now, this comes from a book. All this information comes from a book titled Nasser and the Iraqi question, and the Kurdish question, or the Iraqi Kurdish question, or the ties with Nasser. It was something along this line. It was a PhD dissertation. It was a PhD thesis. turned into a book, and it was very insightful about the situation from Nasser's rise to power until the deal with Saddam in 1970, which was supposed to end all abnormal relations between the Iraqi state and its Kurdish population. Sadly, it did not come to be. And there was a lot of interference from Iran, Israel, the United States, and also the Iraqi state itself was a little bit shitty. Now let's rationalize all this information into the game. Now, here we are Nasser. Let's say we are Nasser. We do not want to partake in the fight, but we also view Wellen as an ally. And we want that trade deal. It is very good. It is a very good trade deal. Why do I feel myself like Trump talking about this? But yeah. So if we do not engage in the fighting, but also close our borders during the fighting, it is as if like we are sending paratroopers, but we are not going to use them to fight against the Kurds. That's the same rationale almost. Of course, I am limited within the narrative of the game. On the other hand, also let's think about the situation in the game. So, let's say we engage in this, we go full in this fight, we support Wellen in its attacks on the Bloods, on the BFF. We're going to be partaking in some sort of ethnic cleansing against the Bloods, and it's going to only cause us more trouble on the home front. We might have an insurgency on our hands. Now, if we do not take the deal and keep the borders open, and BFF members and supporters and even non-affiliated Bloods end up having to escape across the border, they're going to bolster the existing. They're going to bolster the existing uh, uh, terrorist cells within Bergia. Add to it, these new people are going to be living in refugee camps, or they're going to be putting more stress on the already existing financial horrible fucking situation in Bergia. And these bad situations, added with propaganda and recent trauma from whatever Wellen is gonna do to them, is gonna make BFF recruitment explode within Bergia, and it's gonna fuck us very bad. So the only solution out of this predicament is to take the deal, is to take this reorganized deal and close the border. We are not partaking in the murders, and we also aren't allowing the BFF on our side of the border to be bolstered. So we will take the deal, and it's going to be sort of in track with what Nasser did with the Kurds IRL, which is you support the Iraqi government, but not in their fight against the Kurds. That's how it does. Excuse me, I think the bell is ringing. Alright, I'm back, and sadly my tea has went cold, but it makes sense. It can be sipped over several hours. But it's okay, I'm just gonna keep it as a refreshment. So yeah, after rationalizing this, I think now we can go on and make the deal. Deal. I knew I could trust you, Anton. Tonight we will drink. He clapped his hands again. Drinks, dancers, music. No dancers and performers entered and smoke filled the room. As they performed their songs, we clinked our glasses to our new partnership while sipping sweet Wajek liquor. Next day, I returned to Solent with a hangover. Oh, let's read our overview situation militarily. Well and border defense. The deployment of additional military forces is currently underway to strengthen the border between Solent and Welland. This move comes amid rising tensions and concern over potential security threats, as well as increasing military activities observed on Welland's side. Economy, situation-wise, increased trade volume. New successful trade agreements have led to an increase in the volume of traded goods between Solent and the wider region. Increased trade has significantly positive impacts on economic growth and development, promoting increased investment, job creation, and increased access. Diplomacy. Trade with Welland, defend border against the BFF. Tariff-free all trade with Welland. And Solent ratified a new trade agreement with Welland. All right, we had good deals. ATO brokers for peace amidst Russian claims. Lesbia mediates. Amidst rising tensions triggered by Russia's territorial claims over the Oros gas fields and the pressure exerted on Palace, the ATO has issued an advisory cautioning against potential disturbances in the region's stability. The advisory is coupled with the ATO's commitment to protect the interests of any member states, both economically and strategically. Lesbia, a key ATO member, and home to Les Power Core, a significant player in the energy industry, is stepping in to mediate the dispute, seeking to avert a potentially destabilizing conflict over the lucrative gas fields. The ATO's stance on this dispute, particularly given Lesbia's involvement, highlights its readiness to protect its strategic interests and its capacity for diplomacy to manage regional tensions. Its proactive diplomatic intervention and the economic stakes involved emphasize the importance of the Oris gas field as an asset, underscoring the significant maintenance. CSA asserts sovereignty with the PMC ban. In a bold counter move to ITO's legitimization of PMCs, the CSP has outlawed these entities, making it clear that it prioritizes state-regulated forces and, as a secondary measure, citizen militias and revolutionaries to uphold security within its territories. The SCSP emphasizes its trust in the state's capacity and responsibility to secure its boundaries, viewing citizen militias as democratic assets when necessary rather than relying on profit-driven military organizations. This ban undercovers the CSP's commitment to maintaining the rule of law within its territories and reinforcing state sovereignty by differentiating between profit-driven military operations and the state's responsibility towards citizens. The CSP reinforces ideological divergence from the ATO, setting the stage for continued global strategic competition. I don't understand paramilitaries, private military companies. Mercenaries, generally speaking, they go against the idea of the modern state or the modern nation state. At the very core, at least in the when the modern nation state was beginning to emerge, or rather, even before that, Thomas Hobbes, the Thomas Hobbes theory of the police state was basically that the state or the leader needs to exert his authority to keep people who are inherently evil from trespassing on each other's rights. and the whole idea at that period of time was that the state is responsible, especially on the with the onset of liberalism, economic liberalism, is that and laissez-faire is that the state is only responsible for managing security and the border, so security within the state and security on the borders of the state. So basically, the army and the police, while everything else was up for the private world, the private sector. But then around World War II, especially in the United States of America, with the New Deal, you had a change, and with the rise of socialism and whatnot, you had a change in the role of the state. The state was no longer just, of course, this was a gradual thing over a period of time, but it really showed up in the 20th century, in the early 20th century, and the period of the Cold War. The idea is that the state is responsible to be, the idea of a welfare state. That the state should play more of a role in regulating the market and in providing welfare to its people, a welfare umbrella to its people. And then fast forward in the modern age, or rather in the 21st century, like the 90s, 21st century, a new idea has erupted, which is uh, the luxury state. Is that the state, after the state went from having the security role, the police state, to the welfare state, to the luxury state, where the state has to provide luxury for its citizens. And I think one could say that the Nordic model sorta is that. It is between a welfare state and a luxury state, but I think the luxury state is an ideal thing. But the very fact you are to undermine the main role of the state all of these centuries ago, the police state, the guardian state, the state that secures the borders and the internal security and stability, you're undermining the nation state as a concept. Because if not the state, I listen. I don't know. Maybe some people can disagree with me, but that's how it feels. That's how it feels. So yeah, I don't like PMCs, but I do love the Metal Gear Solid lore. It's neat. Back to Holsworth. Grand National Assembly of Sword and Holsworth. Speech of the President on the reforms. Let's go! I came to the Grand National Assembly of Swordland to deliver a speech regarding the new constitution and ask for the support of the Assembly before the upcoming vote. I walked quickly through the corridors, giving my greetings to people on my way towards the parliamentary hall. When I entered the hall, the assembly was in complete chaos, with shouting and cursing between the parties. There are a heavy argument about a proposal made by an MP from the National Front. I took my seat inside the special area reserved for the ministers. Gloria was shouting from her seat at the center of the hall as she hit the gavel 3 times, with each strike heavier than the one before. Order! Order! I saw Kisaro standing up from his seat and shouting towards the members of the reformists. Mr. Kibener, calm yourself, show respect to the procedures of this assembly. Despite her efforts, the argument continued for a couple of minutes before everybody took back to their seats and finally went quiet. Mr. Kibener, next time when I tell you to do so, either take your seat or leave the hall so we can proceed with the procedures of this assembly and continue our duties. Some MPs from the NFP side shouted back at her in protest. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, if you allow me to continue, she pointed at me. We have the President here with us today. He has asked to give an important announcement. The assembly fell silent. You have the floor, Mr. President. I walked to the stand as loud clapping started in the USP's side. Honorable members of the Assembly, I am here today to raise important questions regarding our outdated constitution. Our elected assembly has always been overshadowed by the executive and the designated judiciary branches in Solon. The Grand National Assembly must be able to exercise its job properly without obstruction. However, our current constitution fails to guarantee this. I continued. I call everyone to stand by us to make historic changes to our constitution and bring it to the standards of today's world. Applauses from the USP and the reformist seats. We will break the Supreme Court's authority over the Constitution. We will rebalance the branches of government to ensure a more democratic process. I focused on unity, change, peace. Let's talk about unity. It is more important than ever that we stand united as a nation in these changing times. I call everybody to be part of the change our people has been calling for. We all want to make Solent better, don't we? Let's embrace democracy and unite under the banner of our people, and surely Solent will be great again. We will make Solent great again. Let's embrace the future. Let's go with let's embrace the future. Loud noises came from USB and NFP seats. I took a breath and continued. Ladies and gentlemen, the assembly must set aside. Ladies and gentlemen of the assembly, we must set aside our differences. Be part of a new era for Seoul and join us and vote for our proposal. Let's write the future together. Let's finish with a poem. I said to read a poem before I ended my speech. There is a destiny above destiny. There is my country beyond everything, my beloved. There is a spring that blossoms out of the graves of our fallen. Fear not when the dark falls, there is an artist painting the sun. Beyond the next morning, there is a victory waiting to be won. The assembly roared with all kinds of different reactions. The whole United Solent party stood up and started applauding. Thank you for your speech, Mr. President. I walked back to my seat as my MPs asked to speak. Franz Richter was among them. As many MPs. Yes, Mr. Richter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank Mr. President for his speech. We, the People's Freedom and Justice Party, stand in agreement with the need for a more democratic constitution. I would like to thank the ladies and gentlemen of the United Solent Party for their more open attitude compared to past years. As long as Mr. President's words prove not to be just words, we will be behind this much-needed movement for change. We welcome this attempt. I ask Mr. President to share the final contents of these proposals as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Suddenly, Kisaru Kibaner started yelling from his seat. The President must have lost his mind to cooperate with the likes of you, Richter. You and the reformers are nothing but puppets of Western interests. Order! Madam Speaker, I know you are in agreement with me as well. Don't stand idly there while this administration is making deals with snakes and undermine the integrity of Order, Mr. Kibaner. How many times do I need to say? You are speaking out of turn. I demand to speak. Gloria gave him a stare. She looked annoyed. Very well, Mr. Kibaner. Go ahead. Mr. President, he looked directly at me. The nationalist movement does not agree with your priorities, nor the way you're trying to implement them. The National Front Party will not stand with you on your new constitution. Let it be known that the NFP's concerns are not included in these so-called democratic reforms. Thus, Mr. President has no right to claim these as such. We will stand our ground against any attempt to bring down our established political culture and national values. Thank you. Sarah went back to his seat with the chaos in the assembly, but the chaos in the assembly continued. I will ask to speak. Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Kibaner. I looked at him. We are not specifically cooperating with someone, but everyone. We ask that you also join us. He watched as he slouched in his seat, legs crossed. Do not stand against change. Be part of it, Mr. Gibner. We can do much more together. Do not stand against change. Be part of it, Mr. Gibner. We can do much more together. I expect your support in the upcoming vote, Mr. Gibner. Doria looked at me to see if I'd finished my response. Mr. Richter! I looked at him. Thank you for the nice. We would like to have cooperation between our parties. Rest assured, your concerns will be addressed. I expect your support, Mr. Richter. We can do much more together. I expect your support, Mr. Richter. We can do so more together. Doria looked at me to see if I'd finished my response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got up from my seat and started my walk towards the exit. MPs kept shouting and responding to each other, creating a loud mess where nothing was legible. Order! Order! This topic has finished. We are moving on to our next topic. I slowly left the hall. The shouting could be heard from every corridor of the Grand National Assembly. Okay. Reform status. Lucian Galadi reported that so far they have been able to get in total 140 signatures behind the proposal. Efforts are underway to increase the support and to reach out the necessary numbers to reach 150. Coda report. Defense Minister Joseph Lancia reports that the western borders have been closed and the divisions of the Third Army are ready for the operation. Rain, our elected assembly has always been overshadowed. President Ray has called on the Great National Assembly of Solent to support the upcoming constitutional changes. His address in the parliament. The president's address came after a series of meetings, blah 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 blah. Our elected assembly has always been overshadowed. National Assembly, okay. Geopolitics. Walker warns Volkswagen Navy over Highland dispute. The tension between Agnolia and Volksland keeps climbing. The latest addition to the escalations happened yesterday on the Valgoslavian Channel when the Volkswagen ships started advancing on the perimeter around the island. According to the Agnolian sources, yesterday in the morning, the Agnolian battleship Van Gilben A387 had intercepted a Volkswagen destroyer, Stenison, and warned them to move out of Agnolian waters. The Volkswagen captain did not respond to the communication, but both ships backed away from the scene to several hours of standstill. Seeing this event as Volksland putting pressure over the island, Arcadian President White Walker warned the Volkswagen Navy, saying, "We will not tolerate any attempts to trigger an incident on international waters. I call upon Mr. Hegel, pull back your ships immediately." Mr. Hegel, tear down those ships. Okay, so the thing regarding alliances. Abdel Nasser was for an Arab alliance. He did not believe, though, in regional alliances that served the interests of uh, of enemies of the state, or like enemies of the Arab people. For example, the Baghdad Pact, which was between, which was between, or like the CENTO, or CTO. I forgot the fucking name of it, but basically the Baghdad Pact, which was between Turkey, the UK, Iraq, and Iran and Pakistan. I believe it was. They tried to rope in Egypt, but Egypt had its own alliances with Syria and Saudi Arabia in the 50s against the Baghdad Pact. In the end, the Baghdad Pact had collapsed after the 1958 revolution in Iraq. So, regarding uh, regarding Agnolia, and the deal the alliance with them. The issue with having an alliance with Agnolia is that if we are going to rationalize that, first of all, it leaves us out of a possible talks with Volksland, which is a bad idea. Second of all, it is we are supporting the occupation of Heliland, and we're going to see what unfolds later down the line in this region. Third of all, Agnolia is closer to uh, Arcasia, And so it's essentially another sort of Baghdad Pact forming. I don't know. It's hard to say it one on one, but for the purposes of our run, I refuse the military alliance. Now we continue. Wealth of nations. Hmm. Okay. Now we start. Everything okay? All right. Now let's see the news. Boosting the economy, Central Bank Reinforcement Act. Central Bank Reinforcement Act is poised to bolster the strength stability of our national currency and overall economy. Measures for accumulating foreign exchange reserve, reducing operating fiscal policy, and supporting high export potential industries. The act represents a well-rounded approach to economic resilience. Okay. Health requires more resources, basically privatization. Hidden power of men in uniform. No political leader in Scotland can survive in office without some sort of support with the general staff. President Arthur Whiskey was a leader who learned this lesson the hard way. Okay. Okay. Russia and Rumberg sign economic cooperation deal. Rumberg gains naval base rights. Fuck. King Rome Storas of Frisia visited Thornborough. He met with Queen Beatrice Livingstone of Rumberg and signed a significant economic cooperation deal. As part of the agreement, Rumberg has been granted naval base rights in Eritrea, including Port Drazen, Monkeys, and Kalekabis Island. The deal is expected to strengthen the alliance between the two nations and bolster regional security. The economic cooperation deal also includes provisions for joint investments in infrastructure projects, trade liberalization, and collaboration in research and development, aiming to promote prosperity and stability in the region. In return, Russia is said to benefit from Rumberg's military expertise and advanced technology, enhancing its defensive capabilities amidst rising tensions in Morcopa. The signing ceremony was attended by high-ranking officials and diplomats from both countries who expressed optimism about the potential benefits of the agreement. There, Governor Braun proposes dividing up communities in Bergia. Governor Felix Braun has reported increased Bloodish Freedom Front BFF support in Bloodish dominated neighborhoods in Deir and all in Bergia. To address the issue, the governor has proposed dividing these communities and resettling Sorja and Bloodish people to achieve a cultural balance in the special zone. The governor believes this approach would limit the influence of the BFF and reduce the risk of secessionist activities in the region. However, some officials claim these measures would be directly against the constitution. The governor of the special zone does not have the authority to enact such policies. This proposal still has raised concerns among some officials who fear it could be implemented, which would lead to further ethnic tensions and social unrest. Hell to the fuck no! Van Horten won election. Several elections held in Agnolia this week had resulted in the victory of the Noorist Democratic Union of Agnolia for the second time, with its leader Martin Van Horten continuing its duties as Prime Minister. Okay, in whole sword, let's see. Privatization plan proposed. The Ministry of Health has finished a privatization proposal plan in order to increase the resources of the health system and to increase the quality of services through small scale market competition. Additionally, the ministry's report highlighted the weaknesses of Solent has when it comes to a potential epidemic. Minister Benny Wall reported that much more could be achieved through the healthcare system. The private sector could slightly assist by generating new revenue streams and adding new services. General Staff gathers. General Staff has convened at the Ministry of Defense today to assess the security conditions of Solent. More than 20 high-ranking officers were in attendance and discussed several war plans, the internal stability of the nation, and the overall state of the armed forces. Request meeting with Joseph Lancia and the opening of the H3 highway. Let's go with that. Arriving in Lakaven for the grand opening ceremony of the H3 highway was a proud moment for all of us. Simon and Lilias, who heavily assisted in the project, were in with me along Lucian to decide on how to proceed tomorrow. Lucian stood up. First of all, congratulations everyone. To many more projects like this. Well done. We couldn't have done this without our excellent team. Indeed. Let's move on to our plans for the opening tomorrow. It's been a long time since the last successful infrastructure project. There is a good reason to capitalize on the occasion. I have a plan on how to do that. If Mr. President accepts, a drive from Lacavin to Albury should do the trick. After the motorcade takes off, the road will be open to the public. What are your thoughts? I don't support anything beyond the opening ceremony. Actions speak for themselves. Involving the president could be beneficial for his image. I think so too, Mr. President. I agree there is much to gain. Very well. Sounds good. It would display unity and strength if we were all together in the convoy. Additionally, a large crowd is invited for the ceremony and will be watching the opening speech. Something like a cheerful crowd. Looking forward to it. Let's go then. I think all of us do. Simon stepped in for a comment. On another note, it goes without mentioning that this was a team effort. Beginning with the president who put trust in me, I want to thank all involved in H3. Simon deserves a lot of credit. After all, it was you who came up with the project. Thank you for your kind words. It truly means a good deal. Finally, people got what they wanted for a long time. We will need to show our best face tomorrow. I'll make sure that our focus on involving business and logistics is relayed to wherever necessary. Alright then. I have a lot of work to do tomorrow. See you in the morning. Once again, good work everyone. Team left, leaving the rest of the evening to prepare for the big day tomorrow. The next day, a stage had been erected next to the entrance of the highway in the downtown. The calm and warm weather created a positive mood in the usually breezy Lacavin. The crowd was large but still smaller than some rallies due to the strong BFGP presence here. We began moving towards the stage as the excitement was growing. Signal Lucian to begin the ceremony. You're all ready to begin the ceremony. I gave the green light and the opening address began. Brothers and sisters of Soulland, I welcome you, Lacaveners, today as a proud servant of this country. Lucian's voice echoed in the square next to the highway. Hundreds of Soulland and USP flags began to wave as the cheers intensified. Without further ado, I invite the president of Soulland to the stage. Move up to the stage. Lacaveners, welcome to the opening ceremony. Citizens, welcome to the opening. People of Soulland, welcome to the opening ceremony of the H3 highway. The chanting from the crowd continued. At the beginning of this journey, we promised jobs and opportunity. We kept our promise. The aim with the H3 was to improve logistics, to aid businesses, to create economic growth in East Narches and Agenland. This highway brings down travel time by half. Traveling between Lacavin and Albury is now faster and more comfortable. This highway brings thousands of new jobs. Many unemployed citizens have been benefited and will benefit on the path of the highway. None of this would be possible without the economy. We have to thank the mind behind the highway project for it all. The esteemed Minister of Economy and Tax, Simon Hall, please come over here. Because fuck you, Lilias. Simon walked up to me. Thank you, Mr. President. Our aim with this project is obvious, to improve the speed and efficiency of transportation. I'm sure each one of you will be proud of the achievements made during the project. Once we cut that ribbon, and you can drive or travel on the highway yourselves. Simon mentioned the beginning of a swordfish economic recovery and the plans to stop the recession altogether. After he was done with his speech, Lucian took Simon's place on the stage to close the ceremony. Citizens of Lacavin, there you have it. As promised, Anton Rain, the fourth president of Soulland, has delivered. We moved towards the entrance of the highway next to the stage. A 40-meter-long red ribbon was hanging over it. Simon gave me a pair of large scissors to commence the opening. The crowd was watching. Cut the ribbon. I cut the ribbon, which led to a huge wave of cheering from the crowd. Many flashes went off at the same time. Congratulations to all. It was a solid and fruitful effort. Hopefully, much more to come. It's a good moment indeed. It gives us pride as a nation. One big step behind us. Your car is prepared and ready. Drive to Ivory. The driver should take about 4 hours, and the rest of the motorcade will follow you. I entered the car. Entered the car and sat on the driver's seat. The crowd was trying to catch a glimpse of me sitting at the front. Who do you want to travel with, Mr. President? Lucian would be my preference. I want to have Simon in the lead car. I'd like Lilius with me. I would drive the car on my own. Lucian, you would be my preference. Thank you, Mr. President. It will be a good journey to talk about the reforms and our efforts to pass both the Assembly and the Court. As we began driving out of the opening ceremony area and into the new highway, the media took pictures of me and Lucian, who looked less serious. The new highway was in pristine condition and quality. It was the best driving experience one could have nowadays, providing the best traction and least noise. After the relaxing 4-hour drive to Arvory, we were welcomed by celebratory citizens and Mayor Eric Neal. The highway officially opened to the public and thousands began utilizing it as soon as we left the area. Today was a great victory for the administration. We got increased businesses and trade, rapid city growth. Well, lack of healthcare services can be mitigated. Overview, policy the issue situation, average transportation links. Well, it's better than nothing. Also, requested meeting with the Yosef Lancey. I arrived at the cubic building that housed most of the military command that resided in Holsworth. The grey and brutal structure looked daunting. I never liked this building. It always made me feel like I was standing under the concrete foot of a giant getting ready to crush me. It made me feel small. I never quite got used to the feeling even after this many years. At the entrance, I was greeted by Yosef and his military entourage of young officers. Welcome to the Ministry of Defense, Mr. President. Let's get to my office. We walked from corridor to corridor to reach the office. On the way, we met with high-ranking officers as well as privates. Every time one of these soldiers saw me, they stopped and saluted me. When we finally arrived at Yosef's office, his entourage saluted us and left. We closed the door and took a seat. Just walking, you usually partake in all military meetings. This must be something serious, especially since you invited me here. I don't want to mention Falcon because it will trigger an inferiority complex in Lancia. It is important that you don't get misinformed on this matter. Falcon has another agenda. He leaned back and interlocked his hands. The situation with Romberg is getting worse, and our lack of funding in the military means that we would fight for survival in a war scenario. What are our options to improve the situation? We are making all the necessary preparations, but any substantial military support from other nations would be a welcome deterrent against Rumberg. As a result of the recent deal with Wellen, we have started reinforcing the border. Forward scouts have been deployed, and we have started moving our divisions. Rest assured, we are ready for anything that will come from the other side of the border. We will be providing our reports to you. I don't think we will have any problems, but stay alert. We don't know what we are dealing with yet. We are always ready for any situation, Mr. President. Joseph cleared his throat. Let's move on to our main topic. The mandatory conscription law has made a matter of discussion, and we need to strike a decision whether to keep it or remove it. The facts are that the conscription gives us a large reservist pool and can cover a large front line, but these troops lack the morale and quality to be offensive elements. My argument would be to remove the conscription if our military can stand on its own 2 feet without them. If we are going to have strong allies, why do we need conscripts? A strong knock on the door was heard, and the chief of the armed forces, Falcon Kruger, walked in quickly with a frown. What is the meaning of this, Yosef? Why haven't I been invited? What is going on here? You are overstepping and interrupting a personal meeting between me and the president. Falcon deliberated the situation. I see what is going on here. I mean, no disrespect, but I am leading the ground operation and I must be informed on any strategic changes. Well, now that you are here, what is your opinion on conscription? The matter is as simple from my point of view. Our forces have gone large structural changes, changing the operational capabilities and tactics. However, at the end of the day, Romberg has a larger army, air force, and navy. Our conscript will fill the much needed weakness we have. Throwing bodies at a problem never solved it. Not sure if this is the right approach. Well, we can't have less troops on the front line than the enemy, but with our current structure focus on mass mobilization. I would ask you to consider. We will remove the mandatory conscription. It is time to have a professional force of willingly enlisted soldiers. I think Egypt might have had conscription at the time, and even the son of Nasser was conscripted into the army for a while. And military-wise, well, I say remove the mandatory conscription. It is time to have a professional force of willingly enlisted soldiers. Soldiers. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna Google something. Okay. Egypt has one. Nasser kept it. Did not change, and we did just mess a little bit with the. And we didn't really invest in the army, so I think keep the mandatory conscription because security-wise, Ramberg is a threat. We need to be ready just to fill the border, or like get backing. So I think I'll keep the mandatory conscription. And there's this whole let's defend the nation from invasion and the occupation and imperialism and whatnot. So let's keep the mandatory conscription. Keep mandatory conscription. We need every single able body to defend Mr. President. But you heard your superior, Yosef. Yosef threw an angry look at Falcon before turning to me. As you wish, Mr. President. Let me look over my documents to see if there is anything else of concern. Let's check his folder before looking at me. That's about it. I won't take more of your time, sir. I salute. I saluted and Yosef saluted back. I left the Ministry of Defense and returned to the Maroon Palace. Oh, stat increased. Oh, okay. Wait, how did we get more money? News. Fight against BFF continues in Bergia. Okay. Governor of Bergia issues the settlement order. Special zone declares war on the Bloodish people. Women march for equal education in Ankara. Confrontation in Rika causes trade war. Okay, nothing new here. But there is so much reports to read. Let's start with Lakavan. Oh? Why is business shrinking? Values plummet in Lakavan. Lakavan is still reeling from the fallout of the trade war with Arcasia, as its largest exporters suddenly find their product's value plummeting. A wave of bankruptcies is expected to result, as well as considerable damage to Lakavan's tourism and nightlife industries. Well, what can we do? There, Governor Braun enacts the resettlement order. Excuse me. Governor Felix Braun has issued a resettlement order allowing the eviction of Brazil citizens suspected of supporting the BFF and dividing up their communities. This policy has caused controversy and backlash, with many seeing it as a violation of the constitution and calling for the judiciary to strike the order down. The order is seen as a violation of human rights and an attempt to target the British community. Excuse me. The governor argues that it is necessary for security reasons and to combat the BFF's influence in the region, and claimed that his authority as governor of Persia gives him a legal right to pursue such policies for peace and stability in the region. The situation remains tense, and it is uncertain how this policy will affect the already fragile social fabric of Persia. Police raids on young source. Dangerous young source members were arrested in a gathering at the local pub in St. Das district of Chen. After local intelligence was tipped off by an anonymous source, the raid on the pub resulted in the death of two young source members and one civilian in the gunfight that broke out. Well, that's unfortunate. Women's Rights March. A group of demonstrators led by representatives from the Soldiers League of Women marched in Andrika, calling for gender equality in Solon's public education system. Women were also among the counter-protesters who argued for the right to keep educating girls separately from boys in order to preserve social tradition. Business is shrinking as well. Conriat at a standstill. The city of Conriat has partially shut down as a result of the Arcasia trade incident, with port traffic ground to a halt and wealthy citizens selling or abandoning their luxury properties as they decamp for wholesale. A full recovery may take months, if not years. Well, what can we do? Successful operations from local police forces and vessels resulted in the capture of 2,000 suspected Red Youth members, which were found guilty of carrying illegal weapons. The Red Youth members were hiding in a camp deep inside the forest beyond the city's outskirts and are being held in the custody until their trial. ATO hails nuclear breakthrough, advanced tech promises. The ATO has proudly announced a major nuclear breakthrough that promises not only to revolutionize its military capabilities, but also to greatly enhance its energy sector. The newly developed technology showcases the scientific prowess of the alliance and reinforces its strategic positioning on the global stage. This state-of-the-art technology combines novel nuclear reactor designs and advanced materials that could potentially make nuclear power safer and more efficient and more sustainable for the military. This means the development of compact and powerful reactors for naval vessels, increasing their endurance and operational capabilities. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I am back. In the energy sector, this nuclear breakthrough could mean a cleaner and more plentiful source of power, helping to meet the escalating global demand for energy and addressing concerns about climate change. The ATO hopes this advance will usher in a new era of sustainable growth and energy independence for its member nations. in Holsworth, briefing on the current economic situation, Ministry of Economy, Holsworth. The team gathered in Holsworth at the Ministry of Economy to go over the current economic situation. The building was constructed in 1892 by Heron Wald, possibly the most famous architect in Sorland. It was a simple and elegant structure, with a few of his signature domes spread out over the roof. I walked through the large bronze doors. Two assistants led me upstairs to a meeting room. Everyone stood up as I entered the room, buttoning their suit jackets. Welcome, Mr. President. It's good to be here. Everyone took their seats. As you all know, today we'll go over our economic status. Let's begin without any further ado. The ongoing trade war between Arcadia and United Continent has disrupted global trade immensely. Unfortunately, we couldn't escape the effects either. Our net losses are growing as a fallout, and we have lost a substantial amount of budget. David, there are no signs that either side is backing down for now. That's unfortunate, but on the bright side, we're not the only country in the state. Ramberg was hit especially hard. Good news for us will give us an edge over them. There is always a silver lining. How are we doing in terms of our infrastructure? The success of the first infrastructure project is already showing a positive effect on the economy. Michael started grinning as he leaned forward. Thanks to the highway, economic growth is returning to Ireland, and we are expecting new investments and jobs in the region. Many leaders of on the business council have praised the logistical improvements. It was a gargantuan effort from our side at the Ministry of Economy. Members are noted. Everyone who has contributed is greatly appreciated. First, the results show that we are on the right path towards economic growth. The people are already speaking of the positive turn. I can see the reactions in society. David, do you have the stats on our deal with Agnolia? Our trade deal with Agnolia has increased our imports and export by 25% in 1 month, which is with much more to be expected in the future. But higher prices of Agnolian steel didn't result in a trade surplus. We should look for more trade partners. Can make much more and increase our presence in the region. I agree, not just the region, we should target for more deals internationally. We should see our improved relations with Agnolia as a stepping stone to expand positive influence. I support our foreign initiatives with partners as democratic as Agnolia. That's besides the point. Edith didn't reply, but she smiled. Let's hear the stats on our deal with Welland. Our trade deal with Welland has increased our imports and export by 60% in 1 month, which is a considerably good number. This was a dangerous gamble. I'm glad it started paying off. The payoff is high, yes, but so is the risk. Our support for the military operation was questionable. Regardless, the numbers are clear. I must say, I still can't get behind a trade deal with Welland, especially when it involves a military cooperation. I feel like we have made a contract with the devil. We are reaping the benefits, so I hope this was the right decision. There is certainly no use deliberating that decision now. Increased trade has improved our economy. I see this as a reason for celebration. On a side note, consumer spending has decreased further due to a pessimistic mood caused by our economic issues. I'm confident we will turn this mood around with adapted projects and solutions. Good to hear. We will do better. While I agree that our first attempts were not successful, we still might have economic opportunities left. It isn't good for our reputation. The people expected quick solutions. We are running out of time. Furthermore, the recent trade war has caused dramatic economic upheavals in the wider region of Sorland. We are tackling these with measures we have in our power at the central bank to stabilize the market. The central bank has begun working on a bill with the Grand Assembly to increase our preparedness for future damaging economic incidents. The issues surrounding the energy prices and the imbalances they cause in the market are also of pressing concern. Average citizens and businesses are suffering. As the Central Bank Reinforcement Act, our focus will shift to primarily tackle the energy inflation crisis in the country. We will present a bill about this in the near future if the situation regresses. The MBC will also lend support to the analysis and contingency plans regarding the ongoing developments. I'm looking forward to further collaboration between our departments to solve upcoming issues. Simon checked his large dossier. Our treasury is in dangerous amount of debt. If we don't reduce our debt in the future, we might fall in a debt crisis or worse. What are your suggestions on tackling this? I will work on some proposals regarding taxes to generate further revenues. As per the latest data from the ministry, the recession unfortunately seems to be lingering still in some economic areas. No matter the cost, we will have to increase our economic development rates. Otherwise, I am sad to say that we will be doomed. We need to use the opportunities we have been given. Trade deals and infrastructure improvements always help. Mr. President, I'll be very clear. Simon took off his glasses, and put them on the table. He looked at me straight in the eye. You already know this, and I don't want to frighten you, but if we are unable to stop this recession, we are heading towards an economic catastrophe that has never been seen before in Sorland. No, in all of Eastern Maricopa. I can't even begin to imagine how we could survive that. None of us wants to see such people starve while the state is unable to provide for its citizens. As you said, then we need to get to work. Exactly. Put on his glasses. Now, there are a few methods we can use to tackle the recession. Our debt situation is awfully bad, and I heavily advise against further expenditures. However, I would still present new projects and leave the decision to you, Mr. President. There are two main distinctions between these projects. It's either about continuing our infrastructure improvements or investing in increasing production. If we continue working on our infrastructure, that would lift us up to advanced country levels. However, our industrial production also needs a boost to return to pre-recession levels. There is, of course, the option to not take any risk related to our budget. The plans for these projects will be finalized soon. For now, I can provide preliminary information. Which one would you like to hear first? What are the projects that could improve our infrastructure? For infrastructure, we have two projects. One is the Benfey International Airport, and the other is the Morna Port. Benfey is growing at a rapid pace and would benefit highly from the international airport. Much more money to be made there too. The Morna port will boost trade and improve the flow of goods towards Holsworth because the Conrad port is too small in capacity and extension is blocked by the Navy headquarters. Economic growth in Benfey could be propelled, but still has yet to reach its full potential. Morna would be a more significant city with a port and an advanced logistical connection to Holsworth would be better utilized. I don't think investing in Morna with a port would do much to change our economic prospects. Goods are flowing from other places just as fast. Increased imports and exports are more accessible path to Holsworth. It's very lucrative in my opinion. Time is money. I agree with Edith. The Morna port will mean a great deal to our trade and improve the economy of the Lauren region too. What are the projects that could boost our production? For production, we have two projects. One is the Sarna Agricultural Zone and the other is the Conrad Industrial City. I see the Sarna Agricultural Zone investment as a higher priority due to the fact that farmers in Bergia were the most hit by the recession. Sarna also is a much poorer city than Conrad. The Conrad Industrial City project was the potential to increase manufacturing in the greater Holsworth region by a large amount. Sarna is much poorer city indeed. It deserves any investment it can get from the government, and it can also reduce the effects of the BFF. The recession has hit the farmers of Sarna particularly hard. Besides, the agricultural output increase would boost our economy. The investments wouldn't be able to recover the industry there. Conrad, on the other hand, would bring more financial gain. Our government has the opportunity to support agriculture, and we should take it. It could increase our exports too. I have enough information. Very well. That covers our subject for today. I have a couple more economy-related questions. Edith, how strong is our currency? Currency, health, and economic output degraded significantly and nearly crashed the Swedish Run. Our currency is on the course of to actually crash if we don't act. Catastrophic losses in our financial strength are observed at the central bank, especially compared to pre-election levels. Inflation has increased by 20 percentage points year this quarter. Michael, how is the mood at the National Business Council? The business leaders in the council are nervous about the lack of tangible economic improvements in the country. They are holding onto their investments until they feel it is safe to invest their reserves in new hires or branches. David, what can we expect in terms of our trade situation? Our success in reaching the trade deal has boosted our position as a regional trade route and increased the likelihood of potential trade partners. We have imported and exported more across the board with all countries except Hamburg. Thank you for the information. That concludes the meeting. Have a good day, all. Goodbye. Till next time, Mr. President. See you soon. The meeting ended. The situation is fucked up. Polio cases discovered in rural Uziren. Reports from our border cities indicate that the polio outbreak in Welland has been moving towards Swordland. Specifically, there has been a sharp increase in cases in rural Uziren and nearby villages. Health professionals has been dispatched to curb the infections by quarantining the patients. There are currently 23 active cases in Swordland. Protests against the Governor Braun's resettlement order. A massive protest erupted in Erzaren against Governor Braun's latest resettlement policies. The order gives the governor the authority to evict Dutch citizens suspected of supporting the BFF and divide up their communities within the special zone. The protests the protest was largely peaceful, but tensions rose when Belgian security forces arrived to disperse the crowd. Holy shit, I almost spilled whatever is left of my tea. Okay. Notice controversial policy has sparked widespread anger. Be clear, the situation in Belgium remains volatile, and it is recommended that the government engage dialogue with all parties to diffuse tensions, but a peaceful solution to the crisis. I need to sack that motherfucker. There. Erzen versus Sorland case. A landmark court filing has been appealed to the Court of Appeals today and is under review by the Minister of Justice. The lawyer and bloody civil rights activist Ishval Ersen sued Governor Felix Braun for the infringement on the constitutional rights of equality before the law. The case questions the separate legal treatment of the Bloodish in Deer and the extension of the whole Bergia. Ishval Ersen argues that Governor Braun's policies. How does he look like, this Braun? Ah, okay. Okay, I guess we're not gonna be meeting him because he doesn't have a portrait. Including the controversial settlement policy infringes upon the right of property of the British citizen. He claimed the Article 6 and 7 of the Constitution, as well as the institution of the special zone, are in dire conflict with the construction, and thus allows the separate treatment of the British in all of Persia and beyond. And it has just been announced the target of the assassination today in Dahi is dead. Whatever this means to the future of the conflict is yet to be seen. Let's read more report in Estort. Estort's local bear the brunt of high energy prices. The escalating energy prices are causing distress among the locals in Estort. Residents are feeling the pinch as the cost of essential utilities skyrockets. The adverse impact of the community's quality of life and economic well-being is raising concerns and calls for immediate action. I sure fucking hope money comes into the budget. I get some return investment to all the money that I've put. PM Van Horten warns about Vaxladian presence. Prime Minister Van Horten warned us about the increasing naval presence of Vaxland in the Martian Sea. He showed his wishes to have a stronger naval cooperation with Soland in the future. Energy crisis looms over Soland, addressing energy inflation, a proposed act. Embrace cap on gas prices and agreements. Increase the act could bring much needed stability to the energy market, offers an immediate solution to the rising cost fast our citizens while simultaneously okay. Governor Brown at the Swordish Constitution. Housewives march to defend the Swordish tradition in Andrika while border enforcement announced. Okay. Energy prices on the rise for Swordish consumers as a bank bill a necessary measure. Ishavel Erzen is right. Rain closes door to refugees from Welland. Yep, is off. Operation Bear Trap begins. President Smolak has declared the start of Operation Bear Trap against the separatist militant group that plagues northern Welland. The Bloodish Freedom Front, Trumberg, Agnolia, and Lesbia has condemned the mobilization order, citing the war crimes committed during the previous assault against the Bloodish people, while Solent has not made any comments on the matter. Watchtower of Human Rights said that they will be following the development closely for any infractions on human rights violations. Amid spiking tensions with Agnolia, Volksland increases naval presence. Reports from Eastern Maricopa show two Volkslandian aircraft carriers are patrolling the Markian Sea around the Heliland Island, a massive show of naval force amid spiking tensions with Agnolia. Starport could interpret it as a provocation in the region, says experts on the region. The sudden and simultaneous appearance of the two carriers, accompanied by Navy cruisers, destroys an aircraft, comes as Pakistan escalates criticism of North's increasing control over Highland, and its increasing forays around the island. EIRA bill proposed in Holsworth to combat energy inflation. The Grand National Assembly in Holsworth has drafted the Energy Inflation Reduction Act (ERA) in response to the recent surge in energy prices. The bill proposed a temporary price cap on gas prices, bilateral agreements with energy-rich countries, and the expansion of domestic energy production. The comprehensive approach is geared to mitigate the inflationary pressures on energy prices and stimulate domestic economic growth. Investments in mega projects. We go with the Sarna Agricultural Zone. The Sarna Agricultural Zone is more important to me. I need Bergia to flourish. I do not want an insurgency. I want to end this madness. Besides this, having more agricultural input here, as well as here in Gruni, as well as our trade deal with Agnolia, means more money. Meeting on the escalating tensions in Bergia. Nia Morgna and Lilias Graf scheduled a meeting to discuss an ongoing legal case that required my attention. Early in the morning, we convened in my office. Thank you for being here at this hour, President. We need to inform you about some news from Bergia. There is a court case initiated by the way, I keep calling Bergia either Bergia or Bergia. They're interchangeable to me. I don't give a shit. So let's just roll with it. There's a court case initiated by Belgian citizens which involves a possible revision of the constitution. Unfortunately, it has the potential to affect the whole country. Explain, please. I'll start from the beginning. As you know, after the discovery of the Ka-74s in separatist hideouts, there has been more than a few attacks initiated and claimed by the BFF. Due to the lack of security funding, some of these otherwise avoidable attacks couldn't be stopped. This led to some increase in the tensions in Bergia, Bergia's side. The main problem is with the security structure of Bergia. Due to the special status of the region, operations on the ground are run by local security forces and are not bound to the interior, which means my hands are tied. However, with the rising tensions after Operation Bear Trap, we have also been receiving more and more intelligence about some kind of preparation by the terrorists. We can't allow the conflict in Welland to spread to Soreland, and you know that the Welland and Soreland divisions of the BFF are in close cooperation. This is worrying. The increasing threat of the BFF led Governor Brown to, justifiably, resort to his emergency powers to curb the danger. His discovery of militant training grounds disguised as schools was commendable, as well as his quick dealing of bomb threats coming from major cities like Dare. However, state's policies have been questionable, especially with peaceful resettlement with the peaceful settlement order. It has been met with massive anger from the majority of the Bloods in the region. That is a massive understatement. Governor Braun has abused his powers and clearly acted against the Constitution. And quite surprisingly, Erzen has managed to successfully push his case to the higher courts. He is suing Felix Braun for infringing upon the liberties of Dutch people. He also raises a conflict in the Constitution and argues that the way it is written makes it open for interpretation and allows people like Braun to abuse their powers. Who is Erzen? Erzen is a lawyer and Dutch rights activist. He lives in there and has experienced the systemic racism in the region firsthand. He was evicted last month from his home in there on the grounds of threatening public stability and safety. He was also shot by local law enforcement forces several times in the past 2 years and managed to survive it all so far. The attackers, of course, were never punished. As much as the eviction seems unjust, Mr. Essen must be further investigated for his potential ties to dangerous organizations. I'd like to believe the forces wouldn't have fired at him without proper reason. Do you now? Do you? Fucking bitch. What the Blood community is going through in Bergia is unacceptable. We must do what it takes to stop this madness. That we must. What exactly is this case about? Erzen is claiming that the current constitution gives the legal grounds to discriminate against British people, directly infringing upon their rights as citizens. He claims Article 7 of the Constitution, setting the line every sword is equal before the law, is in direct conflict with the freedoms and rights defined in Article 100. Governor Felix Braun is accused of using Article 7 to justify his oppression of the British community. What are the accusations against the governor? Mr. Brown has sadly evicted thousands of Bloods from their homes in Deir recently. The fact that this happened in a city with relatively low levels of BFF activity is a stopping decision at best. A stopping decision, this is a direct violation of their right to property. The BFF activity levels have nothing to do with this. But it does, Mrs. Morgna. The state can take any measures to fight with terror inside its borders. The decision would have been justified if those neighborhoods were in fact labeled as threat level red. But they were not. Hence, he did not have the authority to evict those citizens. In this case, in Deer, the governor has definitely violated his authority. You are underplaying it. This eviction was only the last of the many he ordered as part of Berga's peaceful resettlement policies. This is not about Deer. There are hundreds of accusations listed in this case, ranging from violent actions by law enforcement officers to open discrimination in local municipalities. Calm down, Nia dear. I'm not disagreeing with you. What exactly does Erzen claim about the conflict and in the Constitution? As you know, the Rights and Liberties Article 7 alludes to are described in Article 100 in further detail. All citizens, in theory, can exercise their rights described in these articles and are equally subject to law as described, and these rights cannot be suspended by the government under any circumstances other than a defensive war. Mr. Ezen claims the line, every sword is equal before the law in Article 7 does not include other ethnicities, and thus gives the state the right to suspend or limit the rights of non-swords defined in Article 100. Courts have repeatedly protected Governor Braun in the past, and it is true that he bets on Mr. Hawker justifying his actions through Article 7. However, there is also Article 6, in which the courts could have taken into account already. And what is the problem with Article 6? As you know, Article 6 goes, everyone who is bound to the sword state by citizenship is a sword, which clarifies clearly that the Constitution does not discriminate against other ethnicities or cultures. Citizens of this country are called swords. But did you ask British people what they think? Yes, it's true that this article has protected them on a number of occasions, but it defines swords as a non-ethnic term, but it is left up to the interpretation of the courts. They could have argued that Article 6 extends the rights defined in Article 7 to all citizens and so on regardless of race, but they didn't. Yet. They can potentially push this case to the Supreme Court. Nia stacked the papers in front of her. In any case, the situation might be troubling if it reaches the Supreme Court and Mr. Hawker manages to sabotage it by altering the current interpretation. It would be disastrous for British rights. I will be doing my best to ensure a positive result comes out of this case, but I'm not sure if the centrists would be willing to agree with Mr. Erzen. Why would Mr. Hawker even sabotage it? The current interpretation is strictly soulless. I'm sure he will follow the Constitution and change Governor Braun for unconstitutional behavior and charge him for unconstitutional behavior. According to the foundational values of this republic, everyone who is a citizen of this country is a sword. The Constitution is clear about this and does not allow for discrimination. Maybe Hawker is not the man you think he is, Miss Graff. From what I've heard, his stance on this subject may not be the standard soulless interpretation, but something darker. I'm afraid they reject the case altogether, find government Brown innocent. If this happens, it would make discrimination against British people legal. This is insane. Is there anything I can do? I'm afraid not, Mr. President. The executive has no jurisdiction over the judiciary. And in this case, I'm afraid even Justice Edmonds and the centrists would be almost impossible to convince. To be honest, I don't think this is a matter for our administration. We must keep our out from judicial affairs. As much as I hate to say it, I somewhat agree with Lilias on this. I'd prefer to keep the status quo over risking a complete abolishment of rights. We will have the power to make tangible reforms. What if we can convince the trustees to agree with Erzden? Wouldn't that give us precedent to change set articles of the Constitution? If the Supreme Court agrees that the Constitution is in conflict with itself, yes, but I don't know if you are serious or not, Mr. President. I'm afraid even Justice Edmonds and the centrists would be completely against that. It would be a very difficult scenario. As I said, I think the government has better things to do than meddle with judicial affairs. There is, however, something that the government can do to address the situation on the ground. It is time we push for change within the security structure of Bergia, and the special status that's resulted in the de facto autonomy is it clearly isn't working. I believe we are aligned on this matter, Mr. President. Mr. President, you asked me to explore options regarding the revocation of the special zone at the beginning of our term. Given the current circumstances, I think it is now possible. That's great to hear. Tell me in details. The resettlement policies in Bergia and the Erzan case have changed the mood of the lawmakers. We can use this opportunity to push for the removal of Dark and Soul Security Zone decree. It's a much bigger possibility than before. Of course, racism is rampant throughout our country, but Dutch citizens inside Bergia are having a much worse time than the Dutch residents of cities like Lakaven or Holsword. If we focus on Bergia, we can remove its special status. This alone would be a huge step for Dutch rights. Unfortunately, as long as Governor Braun is in charge of Bergia with the powers he has, no judicial reforms would resolve the situation on the ground. To put it simply, we want to work on a detailed proposal to restructure Bergia. I believe it must become the region of Solent like any other. We must centralize the system and abolish the local security forces. Are you sure we can even revoke the special status of Bergia? We can't be sure of anything, Mr. President. You know this better than me. But Lilias and I both believe there is potential to get more MPs behind the idea. It is true, some members of my circle inside the party are keen on this as well. They are starting to believe Saul's policy in Bergia has already run its course. If we play our cards right during the process of this case, where we work on the preparation of a strong proposal for the special zone, we can gather enough support behind it. We have to try. I will not fuck with Article 6 and 7. I think this might be too risky. Okay, let's hear about the proposal. Nia and I both agree that we need to abolish the special zone of Bergia. This is the first point that the proposal will address. Because listen, I'm not going with the oh my god 6-7 Article 6-7 because this will this will ruin the whole ass reformist plan because we'll need the centrist vote to get the reformed constitution. And while the constitution is in conflict with itself, having a judicial precedent in the future could help us in the long run. Nia and I both agree that we need to abolish the special zone of Persia. It's the first point that the proposal will address. It's also mean taking away the special authority of the governor. I agree about removing the governor as well as his insane authority, but I don't support the complete centralization of the region. I propose that we restructure the special zone, democratize it, and acknowledge the British movement. Excuse me. How does that resolve anything? How do you solve any problem by dividing the region from the rest of Scotland? We've tried that already. Hold on, Elias, I want to hear Nia's proposal. Thank you, Mr. President. Millions of bloodish people suffered over the last decades. We saw a massive uprising, terror attacks, and the governor going rogue. These people only wanted to live in this country as equals, and they were denied that. Why don't we allow Belgians to elect their own local government? Why is Holster so keen on prying into the lives of the British people? We should replace the oppressive laws of the special zone with a democratic system that allows for proper local representation. I propose the Bergia semi-autonomous region. I'm sorry to tell you, Mrs. Morgana, but Bergia is part of Sorland and much as Agenland or Holsword. You're bringing secessionist Fateh Hijal's here lifelong quest here as your proposal. What's wrong with you? What's next? The session of Bergia and the formation of an independent Dutch state, autonomy for Agenland? And why don't you hold a referendum for the Rams of Estort and ask them if they want to join Ramberg while you're at it? I also want to hear Mrs. Graff's proposal before deciding. My proposal is very simple. The special zone must be fully revoked, governor's powers taken away, and the local security forces must be abolished. Only when Bergia can be an equal part of Sorland. I propose we unite Bergia with the rest of Sorland and enforce the same laws and policies as any others for this region, dismantling the current semi-independent security structure in the process. We will hold local municipal elections, just like every city in Sorland, and the security of the region will be under the full control of the Ministry of the Interior. We can no longer allow their forces to pursue violence with impunity. If this was a problem that the central government could fix, your mighty colonel would have solved it already. The assimilation policy clearly didn't work. What does that have to do with anything? I'm just saying the solution is not a rushed unification. We must acknowledge that Persia is a unique region with its own culture and history. We cannot disregard the social reality. Nia has a point. Peaceful assimilation is also not the solution. We must finally listen to what the British people want. Uh, this will counteract the fact we are blocking refugees coming from Welland after Operation Bear Trap, and we are fulfilling Nasser's plan for a solution in Iraqi Kurdistan. Nia smiled. Great, I can start working on the proposal immediately. Besides, when you think about Arab unity, Nasser tried centralization first, or a unitary state. It fails. He's like, we can have unity with whatever form we can have, be it confederal, federal, or whatever. Yes, it's been decided, Mr. Morgana. You can get to work immediately. I'm counting on you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll start working on it immediately. Diaz looked incredibly furious, but kept herself quiet. I doubted that she would forget about this. To have a structure that will actually solve the problems of the region, you will need to conduct in-depth research beforehand. I believe it will take some time. My estimate is that the proposal will be ready sometime after constitutional amendments are voted on. You can choose whether to enact it then. Sounds good, Ms. Morgana. I'm counting on you. Great, I'll get to work. See you later, Mr. President. They bid their farewells and left the room. Energy price fluctuations raise concern, NBC reports. The National Business Council on Lakavin has reported fluctuations in energy prices. These oscillations have injected uncertainty into the local economy, causing concerns among the households and businesses. Policymakers and the council are monitoring the situation closely and exploring measures to stabilize the energy market. Energy crisis, the cost of neglect. A rising star in United Contana, Vice Secretary Chairman Tokizintli Iotake's influence within United Contana is growing steadily, sparking speculation about a potential leadership reshuffle in the distant future. The successful spearheading of the Iotake plan and the transformative changes it has incited are adding weight to these speculations. Notably, Leon Malayev has held the reins of power since the 1920s, dominating the political landscape for nearly 4 decades. There are growing concerns that while the upcoming chairman election in 1960 might signify a change in leadership, it might not genuinely represent the wishes of the southern Contanan republics. This anticipated controlled transition of power could sow the seeds for future instability and political unrest. Is Yotaka potentially set to supersede Millenniev? The global community is on tender hooks, anticipating the potential far-reaching implications this could have for Contana and beyond for the next decade. Also, the solar energy inflation crisis. The sudden surge in energy prices and market instability have sparked concerns among investors and analysts about the resilience of Sorland's economy. Sorland now stands at the precipice of a severe inflation crisis. Excuse me. Its heightened uncertainty has led to speculative investment, a potential decrease in foreign direct investment, and the risk of consequential economic slump. These developments could have a domino effect on the Swedish economy, impacting its financial market and overall socioeconomic stability. Markets should regulate themselves on this one government budget. Education of healthcare. Central Bank Reinforcement Act, the CRP bill has been passed by the GNA. Central Bank Reinforcement Central Bank Reinforcement Act, led by Edith Agnew and the GNA, intends to bolster the strength and stability of Solon's national currency and bolster the overall economy. The Grand National Assembly advocates for the following measures. Section 1 mandates the accumulation of foreign exchange reserves by buying foreign currencies, especially those of Solon's main trading partners. The central bank can exert more control over the values of our currency. Section 2 outlines the adoption of prudent fiscal policy by reducing the national debt and limiting budget deficits. The country can present itself as a more stable economic entity, attracting foreign investment and improving our credit rating, which in turn would enable us to borrow at lower interest rates if necessary. Section 3 proposes increased legal and informational support for industries with high export potential, such as our emerging electronic sector in Gelsort, wine production in Boren, and pharmaceutical manufacturing in Lakaven. By increasing exports, the demands for our currency on the international market will rise, thus strengthening its value. Fuck it, let's vote it. But but our situation is very bad. Very bad. Central Bank Act, a stronghold for Sorland. OPAD, a misguided attempt at control. Yeah, whatever, I'm not gonna read this. Budget allocation for healthcare. I was having my afternoon tea in the State House office in Deer and going through newspapers. One of the headlines piqued my interest. It read polio crisis in Welland. Before I could start reading, I heard a couple of knocks. Pascal entered, followed by Lucian. It's President, it's time for the scheduled healthcare meeting. Good afternoon. Please take your seats. They have taken their seats, and Pascal produced documents from his suitcase. He put them on the table. Pascal looked at the newspaper I was reading. Very troubling news from Welland, Mr. President. I have just returned from a meeting with our top scientists on the matter of polio. It seems to be spreading. What are we doing to prepare? We have notified all of our healthcare staff, especially the ones closer to the Welland border. Unfortunately, these are also the more rural areas where we lack equipment and staff. What I was told by our researchers was that with the current infection rate, there will soon be millions of people affected by polio. We need to be ready for any possibility. I doubt it is that serious yet. Regardless, back to the topic, Mr. Bennywald. Pascal put on his reading glasses and went through the documents. He didn't say anything for a whole minute. Mr. Bennywald? Oh, yes, of course, start. I put the papers down, cleared his throat, and looked at me. In general, I am very content with the budget decision that we made. This comes as a very pleasant surprise that we all welcome the ministry. And the overall mood has been positive as the administration focuses more on the healthcare. I'm excited about what we can achieve with the allocated funds. Do you have any specific areas of focus in mind? I'm personally invested to solve the horrible infant and maternal death rates along with your requests. As you know, I have been preparing a new privatization program that would create funds through selling of unused ministry property and some extra taxes. I know of this too, Pascal, but this goes against our economic doctrine. Additionally, health is a key sector people expect to have in public hands. Aside from creating additional funds, there is a long-term problem with privatization in a country like Sorland. You're right. there might be touchable issues, especially due to private greed and market manipulation. Also, in a country where most people don't have access to quality healthcare, I do agree that there is some concern here, but the benefits of competitive and quality services is greater. This is not Arcasia or Lesbia. We are talking about Solon, in which the healthcare is free for now. We have people who have their lives depending on a service that is free for them. Messing with that structure would definitely hurt us politically in the future, that I know for sure. But the choice is yours, Mr. President. We'll keep healthcare in state control, don't allow any private involvement that could endanger core health services. As you wish, the health service shall remain in public hands. Good choice. Now let's get to the big question of how we will spend the extra funds dedicated to the Ministry of Health. I urge you to consider these proposals. We could build new hospitals where necessary, divert funds to increase the salaries of our health workers, or invest in enhancing the existing treatment facilities in rural areas. Each of these options present a unique path towards improving healthcare access and quality in Sordan. Increasing salaries should have a good effect on doctors, nurses, and other staff who work. Improving treatment in rural areas is a must. It would prevent mistreatment, diseases, and sickness. The sad reality is that our rural clinics are woefully outdated, ill-equipped, and understaffed. This stark disparity between the urban and rural healthcare is a major contributor to the high maternal mortality rates and prevalence of other diseases in our rural communities. Addressing this issue is one of my key objectives in this term, and I believe an overhaul of the rural healthcare infrastructure is a critical step in that direction. We're seeing an uptick in minor outbreaks in specific regions. It's largely due to outdated facilities that lack proper hygiene standards and equipment. Building new hospitals sounds interesting. It will also boost our popularity. While the construction of new hospitals is an appealing idea, I personally don't see it as a primary concern. In my view, the pressing issue lies in the quality and accessibility of healthcare in remote areas. But certainly, adding new healthcare facilities would be a positive step, particularly in underserved regions. Constructing new hospitals would score us significant political points. There's a visible, tangible improvement that we can present as our achievement. New salaries should have a good effect on doctors, nurses, and other staff who work so hard for our citizens. There's merit in their proposal to increase salaries for all health staff with an extra emphasis on rural areas. This approach could incentivize doctors and nurses to work in these regions where their services are desperately needed. On a larger scale, it would boost satisfaction within the health industry and could contribute significantly to reduce maternal mortality rates, a goal that is close to my heart. Metropolitan areas are already reaping the benefits of our policies. The rural regions, which stray behind in income, deserve more attention. However, implementing a nationwide proportional salary boost would pay off politically. You can proceed with the decision, Minister Bennywall. In my book, The Odd Unfortunate Man, I depicted the hardships of a poor mining family, a vivid illustration of the stark health inequalities in our society. Excuse me. Excuse me. I sure hope I'm not coming down with something. I keep saying that every stream, but like at the end of the stream, I always feel tired and a little bit sickly, and most of my family are sick, and I've been avoiding getting sick for now. So let's see if it continues. Therefore, I believe it's funny how I'm talking about that while also discussing healthcare. Therefore, I believe improving treatment in rural areas should be should be our course of action, Mr. President. It could be best to consider the political advantages of each one, as well as the practical advantages before making a decision. A few minutes went by, contemplation, and the moment of to make a decision became near. Improve rural treatment by hiring health staff and bringing equipment in rural areas. Let's go with the third one. New contracts for improvements will be drawn up immediately. Well, that wraps up our discussion for today. Very well. Fruitful meeting, nevertheless, nice and short. Thank you for the meeting. Pascal gathered these documents and left along with Lucian. Geopolitics. Thousands protest the new governor of Heliland. Excuse me. Thousands in Heliport took to the streets to protest the Agnolian government's increasing control over Heliland's administration following the appointment of a new governor. Demonstrators protested the Agnolian government's decision to appoint a governor from Agnolian mainland without holding any local elections on the island. Vogtslandian leader Chassor Heger was quick to condemn the decision. Majority of the residents of the island still claim Valg heritage, but have Vogtslandian ancestry. Experts say that the increasing tensions between Agnolia and Vogsland prompted the Agnolian authorities to make this decision with the aim to increase their control over the island. And overview our healthcare situations. Quality rural healthcare services. This is good. Okay. Oh, we have a neutral relationship. We're not friendly. I see. Well on board the report. Chief of the Armed Forces Vulcan Krug reported that the Wezhek armed forces are moving north towards the town of Vernan. On their way, many Belgian villages were assaulted, and the initial reports indicate a high death toll. As they are approaching closer to the border, Wezhek's army's movement will be observed closely. Many displaced refugees from the battles have been seen moving towards the Sorge border. They have been turned around forcefully to ensure the complete defense of the border. Talks with Franz Richter on the upcoming vote. Yay! We're gonna be talking to that possibly traitorous bastard. How horrible. How horrible. I'm not having a contemplation moment. I'm checking something else, and like I'm a little bit distracted at this moment. Nothing bad though. Nothing bad. Just checking on a few things. Yeah, this should be okay. Okay, okay. Yeah, it all works out. Get back to gaming. Preparations for the new constitution were nearly complete. Soon we are going to propose it in the Grand National Assembly. Huge step for our administration. But we desperately needed more support. That's why I had invited Franz Victor. Excuse me for a moment, I need to sneeze. Yeah, I did not end up sneezing. It's annoying. Oh, by the way, the owl is doing a little better today. Hopefully, that little cutie pie will pull through. Barn owls are a little bit silly, because when they're eating, it looks like they're smiling because of how long their beak is. It's strange in their facial features. While little owls, like the species, as in not the size, but they are very small indeed. Little owls look very fucking stupid. I mean, you can see some of my old videos of Tulip. Poor guy. He was sick and suffered multiple organ failures, many spasms and seizures, and that left him immobile. Eventually, he had a stroke and died. It's unfortunate, but that's how most birds die. Organ failure. If they're not hunted, then they have organ failure and they die. I don't know how old he was, but he was a cute little asshole. Anyhow, but we desperately needed more support. That's why I had invited Franz Victor for a chat about the upcoming vote. He and his party held the key to our success. We met in the presidential office. At the end of the day, he arrived in his signature navy blue suit and handed me a box of famous Arcasian chocolates before settling down on the couch. Good to have you here, Mr. Richter. Likewise, it's nice to finally have some time to talk. He took a folder from his briefcase and flipped it open. I could see the scribbles he'd made the margins of their proposal. I have to say, I'm surprised by this proposal prepared for the new constitution. I really do not understand the reasoning behind some of the changes. What parts don't you understand? Don't get me wrong, I like the draft, as I've already stated. I'm just shocked to listen to our demands, decreasing the electoral threshold and the term limits. That's more than we hoped for. How does the USP feel about that, Mr. President? Is this a political suicide, or did you actually manage to get the party behind the changes? The USP is in agreement. It's up to you to support it now. Mrs. Story didn't seem to be extremely enthusiastic about the Constitution. Are you sure you have all the votes needed? I believe that Chief Justice has her ear, and the old guard is doing their best to make sure you fail. Are you aware the old guard has been reaching out even to the reformist members? I hope you're doing something to contain this mess. Hands are tied. You just need to focus on them. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Of course they are, but we shouldn't worry. So you have a plan. But even if the changes pass in assembly, how are you going to get such an anti-Solis proposal past the Supreme Court? If we unite together, they'll be forced to support us. I'm not so sure about that. A few justices will sympathize with us, but the ultimate decision will be up to the centrists, and Orso has them locked up. For doing this, we have to make it count. I hope that you will succeed, Mr. Rain. I respect what you're doing inside the USP. I do my best to flip the Supreme Court as well. You can count on the reformist votes. I just want your promise that you will give us proper credit and finally do something about the unbalanced representation of our party on state television. For decades, your party has been doing whatever it could to stay in power while keeping the BFGP silent. If we're to be on the same table, on the same side, I expect you to finally acknowledge all the wrongs that had been done and act against all the state apparatus of force. Of course, I can't deny my party's disputable. Of course, we're in this together. That's great to hear. I hope I can rely on you in the upcoming vote. We expect the USP to rally behind your proposal. I can assure you you have the BFGP's full support. Undoubted, we'll change the Constitution together. I'm looking forward to it. Was there anything else? Before you leave, I'd like to address a few things I've heard about you. There are so many things said about me, but I can't keep track of them anymore. What exactly do you mean? I received intelligence that you made a deal with Arcasia and that you tried covering your tracks. What do you have to say about that? Oh, it did come to that after all. Well, I will enlighten you about my relationship with Arcasia. As you know, the downfall of President Alfonso was abrupt. He was the only progressive hope we had in the USP. Our brief alliance with him accomplished great things, but we ran into a very concerning revelation. In our last meeting before the USP abandoned him, President Alfonso said that Sol was not gone and still pulled the strings behind his back. He was suspicious about a conspiracy against his reformist agenda, and he feared everything would collapse around him. And it did afterwards. The party voted you in. I don't think it was a coincidence, Mr. Rain. You think Sol and the old guard orchestrated all of this? Yes, they knew that Alfonso's reforms would cripple their strength and remove them from power. They removed them first. At realizing the true extent of the Solis Deep State's influence, he looked down on this for a second and continued. We are in this together, so I will be honest. I lost hope that Solon could ever achieve the liberties and democracies that I had been working so hard as long as Solism was still alive and well, so I decided to act. I hope we didn't do anything to compromise our country. Of course not. I was contacted by an Arcasian senator and one of Arcasia's biggest tycoons decided to agree to their meeting in hopes of receiving support. I will let him continue. I kept listening. Flew to Arcasia and eventually met President Walker. He offered political and economic support for me and my party, asking us to lead Solon into a democratic sphere and become a member of the ATO, but the exploitative conditions he was demanding would have had crippling effects on our economy. I told him that I was only there to increase economic cooperation and nothing else. They don't get their support, nor did I do anything illegal. To this day, I feel ashamed to have gone to the feet of Arcasia like that, but at least I managed to stop myself from becoming the very thing that I've been fighting against. I'm grateful that you're telling me all this. Thank you for taking it so well. We must always be honest with one another. You have the authority to investigate this and potentially prosecute me for it. I give you my trust. I hope I have yours too. I will always acknowledge my wrongs and keep fighting for a better future. I believe we are not that different in this. You are correct. I hope to be together in this fight for a better future. As the revolutionaries once said, the morning will come. Suzerain, we'll see it one day. Anyway, if you ever want to discuss this topic further, feel free to call me. I don't have anything to hide. Stood up. I get going now. If you excuse me, thanks for the meeting. We shook hands. It's nice to have a president that we can finally have a dialogue with. He laughed. I see you in the history books. Have a nice evening for now. You have the room. Let's see the news. Victory Day celebrations. Rain meets Richter. Richter backs Rain's reforms. Read the report. At yesterday's party conference of the PFGP, Franz Richter announced that he would be giving his full support to the constitutional changes proposed by the USP. He asked the members of his party to follow him in this endeavor and set aside their differences for the greater good of the country. Award company contract. Several companies have put forward their bids for the new investment project. Let's go with the Soldier State Corporation because I cannot put more money away. And besides, it's part of our policy. Update on the situation of education. After a meeting with with the rector and a brief tour of the University of Falcon, gathered in a room with Ciara. The entire campus was visible from the windows. Students were reading books, studying, and having picnics under the trees. It reminded me of my own times at Holsworth State University, at least the more carefree moments. Reminiscing about the past? Yes, it had its ups and downs, but it was still fun. And now we're going old and bitter. She smiled. Let's not get sidetracked. I want to start off by saying this. It comes at a welcome surprise in social politics to see a president uphold their promises regarding education. I am making sure that the additional funds are being used in the best way possible in order to resolve structural issues speaking of. I want to thank you for allowing me to lead our education system in the right direction. By removing nationalist indoctrination and additional teachings, we have unlocked the potential for the next generation. The students of now will thank us in the future, President Train, for we have unlocked the potential of critical thought the society desperately needed. In this way, you have surpassed all the leaders before you. I mean, listen, on one hand, keeping some national sentiment might be a Nasserist thing, but on the other hand, education overhaul is a Nasserist thing, and you cannot separate both of this game. So, that just in case someone said anything about the run. This way, you have surpassed all the leaders before you. That is why we are here. I am optimistic about the path that lies ahead of us now. She nodded and brought out a stack of papers from her bag. Spinning her ballpoint pen, she went through the papers, organizing some of them together. Our ministry has prepared the necessary framework regarding how to spend our increased education budget. I have outlined three potential options. We can build new rural schools, improve the standards of existing ones, or increase salaries for all education workers. You have the capacity to implement only one of these options. Tell me about the plan to build new rural schools. The issue is very critical as we are losing many young people to ignorance and illiteracy. Solon's rural population is full of untapped potential. With enough education, these people could be an asset to our workforce and society. Look at how United Contana is pushing past Arcadia in education and research. It's because most of the rural population has access to schools. Why should we increase the salaries of education workers? Excuse me, job itself should be held in higher regard and be compensated accordingly. There are people who have chosen to dedicate themselves to the betterment of others, to helping raise the next generation. We ought to give them what they deserve. What does improving our schools entail? Where to start? At the very least, they need new equipment and materials. Many of these schools are facing a shortage of desks and Textbooks, the ones that haven't been updated since before the Sole administration. If teachers lack the resources to give Swedish youth a proper education, it can be as bad as if they don't go to school at all. I'm ready to decide. Put the pen down and looked at me. Got an inconsistent curriculum and accessible rural education. Let's go for access of education. It feels gratifying that we are finally serving the people directly. I will pass it down to the ministry. That's all there is for now. I've talked with Miss Suno, to schedule some time. Livia, my secretary, schedule some time to discuss the curriculum. Curriculum. She's a very astute woman, secretary. You may want to consider promoting her. We will meet again very soon. Keep up the good work. Ciara put the papers back in her bag and left the meeting room. Now let's look at our welfare situation. Accessible rural education. So we are almost at full green in the welfare situation. Economy is fucked. Law is actually pretty decent. Military, eh. Border, eh. Diplomacy, okay. Overblown rights case appealed. A new mega project, sound like Castro Zone. Well-known refugees fleeing Swedish borders. Harrison case goes to the Supreme Court. Oh wow. Press freedoms in UC a diminishing space. United Contana's grip on its media landscape continues to tighten, casting shadows of doubt over the geniuses of the information emanating from the UC information space. The People's Daily Tribune, once hailed for its objective reporting, has experienced a 50% drop in its content distribution due to stringent censorship. Recent laws enacted after have further constrained independent journalism, leading to self-censorship among reporters. In contrast, Volksland media sector displays slightly greater openness, although it's not without its challenges. Geopolitical's recent investigation into alleged human rights abuses in southern Montana, particularly in Yuristan and Slovakia, faced heavy restrictions and controlled narratives. Yet Unity Chronicle also shed light on a case from Zolotech, which disappeared from the public view within hours. As the majority of UC becomes increasingly skeptical of state-guided media narratives, the clamor of transparency and genuine reporting continues to grow. CSP's Unity Conference in Glamsland. The CSP Unity Conference recently held in Glamland marked a pivotal juncture in resolving ideological dissonances within the alliance. Glamland's influential leader, Brig de whatever the fuck his name is, hosted the gathering amid a burgeoning climate of ideological disagreement propelled by the Galmish Manifesto. This innovative interpretation of Carlos Marcia's communist theory, with its focus on decentralized planning and worker self-management, has stirred up an ideological storm within the SP. While Volkslandian socialism, sharing similar centralist sentiments, is seemingly more compatible with the Galmish Manifesto, they diverge notably in their stance on international cooperation. The manifesto leans towards a cautious approach, preferring to build a self-reliant economy, whereas Bangladeshi socialism champions interdependence, seeing it as a conduit for shared prosperity and security. This difference, albeit subtle, has led to real-world implications, like the instatement of trade tariffs between Galmland and Volksland, demonstrating the impact of ideological dissonances on economic policies. The Unity Conference, despite the ideological contentions, stressed the importance of common objectives, collective security, economic cooperation, and human rights. Gazprom state shares divestment. The state can sell its shares in Gazprom with varying budgetary results. Given the financial landscape revealed by the Gazom report, a strategic decision on the divestment of our shares in Gazom looms. It is now possible to consider selling an amount of our stake in the company or keep the shares for a potential future profit share. The future outcome will be very based on the active share prices of the company. We'll keep them for potential profit share in the future. I feel it's a better option unless we are fucked. Ministry of Justice files Erzen v. Sorland concurrence. The Ministry of Justice has reviewed the Erzen v. Sorland case and put forward its concurrence opinion before sending the dispute of the Supreme Court. The Minister of Justice Nia Morgna came forward agreeing with the case of Erzen and pointed out that a majority of court dissent would do disservice to the legal precedent for future constitutional rights cases. The case is now in the hands of the Supreme Court. Hmm. Okay. Briefing on the current curriculum in schools. Sierra has scheduled a short meeting at the Ministry of Education to discuss the current curriculum taught in schools. The ministry building was located in the government district right next to the Ministry of Health. It was tall, narrow, and wedge-shaped, like a slightly open book. Near the front gate, there were many statues of world-renowned scientists and thinkers. The largest, of course, was of Artvin Einstein, greatest scientist of all time. Over the main entrance was the familiar inscription: "Education is the premise of progress in all societies and all families." Inside the building, I was greeted by Sarah's assistants. They led me to a meeting room where she was waiting inside. She stood and gripped my hand. "Good afternoon, Mr. President." "Good afternoon, Sierra." I will cut straight to the chase. Our progressive reforms of the solar education system is well underway, but there is one sticking point. It involves evolution versus creationism. As it currently stands, schools across Solent can decide whether to include evolution, creationism, or both in their curriculum. Rural schools often decide in favor of creationism only, which puts students at a disadvantage when it comes to entering university. The effect is especially noticeable among young women. My suggestion is to make the teaching of evolution mandatory, and preferably ban creationism altogether. I don't see a problem with teaching our children both theories. That would be one way to compromise, yes, but does creationism really help open the minds of our children? The way I see it, it promotes the blind acceptance of the world as it is, no facts or verification needed. Children should be encouraged to think critically and ask questions. Christianism and other religious teachings hinder that. Regardless, I don't believe schools need to ban creationism entirely. I don't see the harm in letting students decide for themselves. I mean, that's on one hand, and on the other hand, I'm a religious person. I don't want to push these ideas onto others, but having these ideas circulated, I mean, listen, I know where this will lead. Nobody will be happy. The progressives won't be happy. The the conservatives won't be happy. But I think this is what Nasser would have wanted, essentially. Like, give me a place for religion in school. Like, he was not anti-religion. He actually worked, like, his administration supported both Islam and Christianity in Egypt and across the Arab world and across the Muslim world. His administration united the Egyptian and Ethiopian Orthodox churches. His administration expanded the Al Azhar Mosque. Uh, you know, collected all of the Quran and interpretations, and like the first radio reciting the Quran was under Nasser's Egypt. The first collection of jurisdiction in Islam was under uh, Nasser's Egypt. Religion was supported, and A cornerstone of Arab socialism was religiosity, especially Abrahamic religions, to the point where they say to be a socialist is to be religious, or rather, to be religious is to be socialist. So I'm gonna mix that into this. Honestly, that's a valid argument. I can live with that. Mission Galadi knocked and entered. Excuse me, some urgent business kept me away. Welcome, Mr. Galadi. Mr. President? Mrs. Walda? Miss Walda? We were just discussing the curriculum. Ciara had made some excellent points. Very well, let's hear them. Continuing from my previous point, it's my conviction that we should require the mandatory teaching of evolution in Solon's public schools and cut creationism completely out. If we want children from rural areas to have the same opportunities as their urban counterparts, this is the way. Opening students' minds and reducing the role of religion in schools will also lead to more equality between young men and women. Miss Walda, don't bring your pet cause into this. Mr. President, there are other considerations you may not have thought about. Although I myself believe in evolution, we must be careful not to alienate our rural conservative voter base. We owe a lot to their support. Forcing their school districts to teach evolution could irreparably damage our standing with them. Every modern nation is reducing or removing creationism in their curriculum. Yes, we are supposed to allow schools to promote fundamental and, yes, sexist ideas from 1,000 years back. So is that what we are doing now? Copying what other nations are doing instead of paving our own way? If it works, why not? Look at my analysis. It's clear that the superpowers are doing something right. Should we reinvent the wheel, Mr. Galade? You speak as if we don't import any influences from other countries. That's not what I said. Their voices started to get louder and louder. I held up my hands for silence. Because still our creation is to be taught alongside evolution, Ciara. You could live with that. Yes, although I won't like it, I still believe schools are no place for religion. I won't like it either. You'll have to prepare to lose a lot of voters. Sarah looked me in the eye. It is your decision. Don't forget future generations of such youth are counting on you. Let's go with this second. Unfortunately, but it will have to a better outcome than banning creationism altogether. I disagree. Rejecting creationism would have been a signal that we were directing Solon towards a scientifically and technologically advanced future. Religion doesn't mean we are technologically backward or scientifically backward. Hell, a lot of today's science can be traced back to the period of the Islamic Golden Age. This argument is bogus, and a lot of scientists have had religious backgrounds in these days yonder. A lot of great scientists who had some and great educators and people who've paved the path towards more education and more development in sciences across the field were people of the cloth, as they say, were people from were religious scholars. And religion, now I don't know about other religions, and I don't have, the capacity to talk about other religions or the authority to talk about other religions, but in my experience in Islam pushes people to learn more. Now, if some people are going to interpret Islam in their own wicked, weird ways and regressive and reactionary ways, it is up to them. I do not agree with them, but it is their interpretation. But as how I view my own faith, my own faith pushes us to learn more about the world, to explore the world about the world, more about the world. God gave us sentience, gave us free will, gave us the ability to think. You know, we are the only creature. Okay. We as humans are essentially the main, if not the only, species on this planet that have thoughts about our thoughts. Okay? That's why we invite shit like philosophy. Because we have thoughts about our thoughts. And I believe that because of that free will, because of that sentience, because of that ability to move beyond our instincts, we have moral, human, and religious duty to seek more advances in science, to seek the truth of the world that we preside in. And all scientific progress is good progress. And I think religion is a part of that. And I think religion should be a force that propels society towards a more scientific and technological aspect. Religion doesn't tell you to live in tents in the desert and ride camels. That's absurdity. We have made so much progress uh, thanks to religion. I won't say religion is the only aspect that provided scientific progress. That is what would not be true. That would be disingenuous. But I do believe, in my heart of hearts, religion played a positive role and should continue to play a positive role. So I do not agree with Ciara's positions here. I just wanted to voice my own opinions. Saying religion should play a role, it does not mean that we need to push religion on people, push religion on institutions, push religion into science. But I do think that saying that religion is the opposite of science is disingenuous, and it ignores centuries of human, social, and scientific progress. Now, moving on. They turned and looked at each other. Lucian lifted his eyebrow, and Ciara held his gaze for a couple of seconds. Give me a moment, please. Okay, I was just checking the news. I was just checking the news. They turned and looked at each other. Lucian lifted his eyebrows, and Ciara held his gaze for a couple of seconds. The meeting ended shortly after. Okay, there's a lot of shit to keep track of. First of all, let's look at our economical situation. Persia economy stabilizes. Agni economy stabilizes. This is good. This will help. We've got modernized education techniques. We're almost fully green in the welfare system. I believe we have done greatly in this field. This is wonderful news. Let's check the news headlines. Casano raises the bloodish question. Dare prayers for day of a dissension. Nationalize the big four now. Okay. Creationism or evolution reigns as both. The future of Sourland. Rain's curriculum compromise forces school to evolve slightly. An ideological chess game in Rika. A deep dive into the workings of Iotake plan reveals more than just economic undertones. It's an intricate play to advance malleolence ideologies in strategic battlegrounds. Sources have indicated that substantial funds from the plan are channeled to support malevolent organizations, educational structures, and Rika. Excuse me, a vision poised between UC's malevolent model and Arcadian capitalism. It seems the investment is not just about infrastructure, it's also ideological indoctrination. While Arcadian interests jostle for influence, the Otake plans preferential treatment of these battlegrounds suggest poor strategy, tipping the balance in Contan's favor away from Caucasian capitalist outreach. The question remains, will Rika's future be determined by economic development or ideological warfare? Alright, let's look at Vulcan. Vulcan is suffering the effects of the economic recession with unemployment spiking and many small businesses shuttering. The larger agricultural concerns are expected to announce a wave of layoff as sales are low. Fuck. Whole sword. Language bill prepared by Kisaro. Kisaro is preparing a bill which aims to unify Swedish education by making Swedish the only language accepted educational institution, including specific foreign language studies. Corruption Police investigation update. The anti-corruption police have completed preliminary investigations into Solon's main oligarchs, Marcel Coranti and Walter Task. No proof of corruption or other wrongdoing has yet been revealed. Government of Persia reports results. The government of Persia reports that the investments provided by the government has been put into use via various programs for new companies and technology fairs in there. The opportunity has led to an increase in overall entrepreneurship in the region and revitalized the economy of Persia, further increasing trade with nearby countries in the region. Rehabilitation of Kinal, the balancing act of ATO. Amidst growing tensions, the ATO is engaged in delicate balancing act with Kinal, key members showing signs of distancing itself from full membership to observer status. Central to this shift is a dispute resolution between Kinal and Arcadian PMCs, which has fueled concerns of sovereignty rule-based order and autonomy for Kinal. The ATO has responded to these concerns. I think Kinal, in this case, it's France. The ATO has responded to these concerns with serious warning from the PMC CEOs and a series of concessions aimed at reaffirming Kinal's autonomous standing while retaining its essential alliance ties. The flexibility of the ATO in addressing Kinal's concerns reflects the strategic importance of this member state and the alliance's commitment to balance member sovereignty with collective security interests. Operations a mixed result. When the president Smolak is throwing his operations against the Belgian Freedom Front, they are close. The consensus is that while Wallen's army went a long way towards neutralizing the British threat, there were many preventable casualties. Furthermore, despite Wallen's best efforts, not all hideouts have been eradicated, and anti-Smolak sentiment is at an all-time high among the remaining insurgents. Agnolia trade deal update. The effects of the trade deal with Agnolia is now in effect as per the signed agreement. In a short amount of time, steel trade in Solent has been seen an increase in flow, with especially the Algenland region benefiting the most from the results. The governor of Algenland has reported that this trade deal has helped increase the manufacturing output of the region immensely due to the combined effects of the HT highway passing through the region. It's great. Attending the Victory Day event. Okay, before we attend this event, I need to I need to take a step away for a moment. I need to step away for a moment. Um, I'll be back in about a few minutes. Excuse me. And I am back. Right, let's continue. Where are we now? Attending the Victory Day event. Serge drove us to the city of Jen, the stronghold of Swedish nationalists, for an event organized by the opposition parties. Discuss current events in reality. It was probably a publicity stunt to show Solon that the leaders of the assembly, excuse me, stood around the same table. Hold on, let me just. City of there is busy. Day of Ascension. Oh yeah, there's nothing about the Victory Day. The National Front Party, which governed the city, undoubtedly had the biggest hand in the organization of the meeting. It was not a coincidence that it fell on Victory Day. Day was a day of special symbolic importance for Swordsland. Every year, on the 14th of March, proud patriots from all ages gathered to celebrate the end of the Sword Civil War and Dark Soul's victory. Jan had survived one of the worst atrocities of the war. Its Victory Day celebrations were the most jubilant in all of Swordsland. Originally, only Peter and I were scheduled to attend, but after learning about the new developments with the Ishlan Erzan case, Nia Morgna was invited as well. Representatives from both the reformists and the nationalists had told us they wanted to talk about the case in more detail. Nia departed the Holsort first. Peter and I left on our own little later. Peter was sitting next to me in the presidential car, skimming through the morning newspapers in silence. Suddenly, Serge rolled down the soundproof window. Mr. President, Vice Presidents, we are about to arrive at the Jan Center of Culture. Miss Morgana has already arrived and she will be waiting for you. He raised his head to look out the window. He folded the newspaper and laid it beside me. Wow, that was too comfortable of a drive to have been this fast. See, I wasn't joking. Serge is the best. No kidding. My driver's Veta can't hold a candle to him. Although I sure wouldn't mind navigating her dangerous. Oh my god, Peter. Peter laughed. Nah, I should ride with you guys more often. I can't believe I could actually read on the go. You're embarrassing me, sir. I'm no special man. It's the Cadilla. Serge took a left turn and drove through the tiny streets of Ghent. The city looked surprisingly clean and well maintained. There was no sign of the destruction the city suffered during one of the heaviest battles of the Civil War. We slowed down in front of a colorful plaza overlooking a massive concrete building with a giant sign that read Ghent Center of Culture. Looks like the NFP mayors have really transformed the city. Wasn't this an abandoned warehouse for the longest time? I believe it used to function as a rebel militia base during and a little while after the Civil War. Alright, the Black Battalion. The Black Battalion. If you remember, they used places like this to organize in the 30s. Luckily for us, Seoul handled them a long ago. Well, maybe not all of them. Their democratic counterparts like the Young Swords lived on, after all. So you finally banned them. Serge stopped the car and went outside to hold our doors. Here we are, sirs. I hope you have a great day. We got out of the car and walked towards the entrance of the building. Every spot around us was decorated with the flags of Solon. The comically large amount of flags almost fully enveloped the building around the plaza in maroon, white, and gold. At the entrance, Kisaro Kibener, the head of the National Front Party, was waiting for us in his iconic brown suit, watching the sky. Look at this guy, he's full of himself. How did this clown convince the PFGP, to have trilateral talks with them anyway? Probably the same reason why we're here. Victory Day, remember? How can I forget? Lucian nagged about the importance of the day for 20 minutes straight. It broke my soul. Seeing us arrive, Kizaru approached us with a smile. Thank you for being here on this glorious day, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President. As the former mayor of Jen, it's an honor to welcome you to this fine city. Thank you, Mr. Kibanet. We shook hands. Thank you for organizing this, Mr. Kibanet. The representatives of the PFGP and Minister Morgana are already inside the private reading room. Hopefully, will be finished before the festivities start. Pizarro gestured at the doors behind him. Shall we? Please. I will not discuss constitutional reforms with him. He just made this point to me. Just follow me. And you don't need him to it. He entered the building and walked through a massive conference hall until we approached the door towards the back of the building. We'll have the meeting here. Pizarro opened the doors for us, and we entered the meeting room. The Franz Richter and his deputy Manoli Suhail was already seated from the left. Oh, okay, at the left side of the table. Excuse me. As soon as we entered, Nia came to greet us. After showing our seats, Pizarro sat down next to his deputy, Remus Holstor. This is such a meaningful day. Thank you for coming here on behalf of your parties. But despite the festive atmosphere, we and the PFGP want to raise a few important concerns about the worrying state of affairs in Sorland. Pizarro stopped for a moment to check his notes. Very worrying indeed. Mr. Richter and his analysts have been working on analysis of the blood problem. As soon as they brought it up, we gave our support without reservations. The blood problem? Mr. Hall, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the analysis about racism and radicalization in Solent, and our main topic is the case of Ersten v. Solent. Please don't try to spin it. Of course, Miss Suhail. Mr. Holstrom just wanted to point out that this analysis was focused mainly on topics related to the Bloodish people. I refuse to discuss this topic without any Bloodish representation. Actually, Mr. President is completely right. Hold up, guys. Let's hear them out first. We are presenting the parties of the assembly here. We did invite the representatives of the Workers' Party of Blood to join us, but they refused. Another proof that they have a different agenda. If they were genuinely concerned for the plight of their people, they would have come today. But people shouldn't worry. The Swedish patriots are here to defend them instead. I hear you out, but know that I will not act on anything before talking to the representatives of the Bloodish community. Let's get back on track, ladies and gentlemen. He gestures at friends. I want to give the word to Mr. Richter to explain the issue. Fine. Thank you. Oh, wait, thank you. Our analysis of the current tensions between the Bloodish and Swedish population in Solent displays a worrying picture. As much as I hate to say it, the threat of the Bloodish Freedom Front is getting real again. The situation with Ramberg and Wellen is very concerning. The increasingly discriminatory actions of the governor of Bergia are resulting in the radicalization of many young Bloodish people. Distressingly, the number of radicals have almost doubled after the implication of our armed forces in Operation Bird Trap. I must also point out that the recruitment numbers of the BFF have significantly increased within numerous communities. Peter frantically looked through his papers. That is correct. The reports show that 39 numerous sanctuaries in Bergia are now classified as red threats by the authorities. Many priests in the region are also suspected of having ties with the BFF. The Religious Harmony Bill would have directly crippled this network they established within our sanctuaries, as the threat the BFF poses is a direct one. This issue requires direct actions that would bear direct results. I'm disappointed by the lack of action taken by the USP administration. The bill would have unnecessarily raised our already high tensions. You did well by vetoing it, Mr. President. Our suggestion is to finally enforce the official language of our country as stated in the Constitution. We are working on the Unified Language Act. It is directly aimed at the breeding grounds of the British Freedom Front. The police have infiltrated the two BFF training grounds and remote towns around Belgium that pose as middle schools. By all the evidence, similar schools keep popping up. And so-called activists are constantly blocking Governor Braun's attempts to stop these schools, claiming he is attacking their right to language. You can't take away the British people's right to be educated in their own language. This is insane. Please read the proposal carefully. It does not take away anyone's rights. It only gives the state a way to control the radicalization of these schools that teach British nationalist propaganda. According to the Constitution, the language of Solent is Swedish. If nothing is being done to enforce that, we are breaching the Constitution. This wall simply enforces it. With all due respect, Mr. Kibener, this bill is not strong enough. The Dutch language should be completely banned. You know, people like Ms. Suhail or Ms. Morgna will never even vote for your watered down bill. Remus. Sauro repositioned himself on his chair and continued. True, it does not ban Bloodish language or Bloodish education. It will instead make social mandatory to learn for everyone living in this country. This will only decrease the tensions in the long term. That's a fair point. However, the wording of the bill is far too vague. To work as intended, it gives the government too much power over educational institutes. I disagree, the language is quite clear and is in line with the Constitution, but we can still improve it, of course. It is true that it gives more control, but it is a necessary compromise. I'll have to read it in detail to decide if I can support it because honestly, I support it. This is Solent, okay? There should be a unifying language. There's no, like, it is easier for the people to communicate better together if there's a unifying language. It's like, say, like, let's go back to the idea of Iraq, okay? If everybody speaks Arabic, that's great. But also, other languages of ethnic minorities should be respected, such as Kurdish or Assyrian. And why go to Iraq? Why not go to the other side of the Arab world, Mauritania? There was a lot of bloodshed over Arabic in Arabic as an official language. A lot because okay. To explain the situation in Mauritania, Mauritania has a majority of is split between the Bidan and the Sudan. The Bidan or the whites, which are actually more very tan skinned than white, but the Bidan are Arabs, or rather ethnically Amazigh people who Arabized themselves over the centuries peacefully and willingly. It's a quite interesting phenomenon. While the Sudan are the not the country of Sudan, but Sudan as refers to the people of African, more that are more less Arab and more African, which are three minority communities like the Wolof people, for example, and they are more situated on the banks of the Senegal River at the border with Senegal. It was a point of issue with Senegal at one point or another. But what happened is that before leaving, and by the way, these African communities did not have a written language. Their language was mostly spoken. However, therefore, their language could have been written with Arabic script. And I'm not talking here out of my ass. I have read quite a few books on Mauritania and their progress as a nation. Uh, if anybody can say otherwise, I have no problem, as long as they also have the sources to back it up. The books that I've read were published by the Center of Arab Unity Studies, and it's been a few years since I've read them, so I don't have the exact title names, but they are in Arabic, and it's rare to find a book about Mauritania. Honestly, it's quite sad. I found the country rather interesting, historically speaking. But anyway, going back to Mauritania, um, when before the French left, they kind of sowed the seeds of racial violence before they left, especially when it came to the language. They worked hard on making the French language tied to the African identity of the African minorities and pitted them against the Arab majority in the country. And when the country gained its independence, and there was work on educational reforms, especially, and Arabic was made the official language for education, violence erupted between African minorities and the Arab majority over this issue. So it could cause issues. But in the case of Mauritania, it was more so of outside interference, uh, flared up by internal strife. In any case, let's get back to the game. I'll have to read it in detail to decide if I can support it. The PFGP will not allow this bill to pass the Assembly. Let's not make statements that the party hasn't agreed on yet. Manoli looked furious. She opened her mouth to respond, then read the room and closed it again, as if the PFGP has the influence to change the outcome. If I may continue with our analysis, the situation is also connected to Rumberg, as everybody already knows. In the case of a future incursion, BFF forces in Sorland could become an existential threat. One point I need to mention is that we are already working on removing the authority of the governor. With all due respect, I already received this information from Internal Affairs. You sound like Mr. Graff. Maybe the NFP influences you more than you think, Mr. One point I need to mention is that we are already working on removing the authority of the governor. That's surprising, but great to hear. We have to do something about it because the reality is the secessionists are on the rise. The Justice Stalin continued. That makes dealing with the armed militants crucial in the short term. I'll be honest, I myself have underestimated this threat, but judging by the current climate, a spark is all the BFF needs to start violence on a mass scale again. Our analysis matches with what the Ministry of the Interior shared with us, but despite this fact, we believe the Ministry is hiding information from us, which is actively fueling the tensions behind the scenes. As much as I now support a strict response against the BFF, it must also be coupled with the expansion of rights for the British people. This is the only way to fight against radicalization. That is BFF propaganda. What rights are we talking about here? What can a sword and Solon do that a blood cannot? You are using soft language as a cover up for your willingness to negotiate with terrorists. You are a BFF apologist, Mr. Richter. Hamish shouted the last sentence. Peter tapped on the table to get his attention. Please don't raise your voice, Mr. Holstrom. The mood in the room had turned sour. Is the USB that desperate for Mr. Richter's support now? Manoli bellowed out a loud laugh. Mr. Vecton is the last person to sway the PFGP. What is this supposed to mean? I was shout. Enough! Everybody went silent and looked at me. This is a mess. I thought we were here for a proper meeting. Kisara and Peter nodded. You heard the man. Please finish your point, Mr. Richter. Yes, our administration should take all possible opportunities to expand the rights of our British populace while stamping out the MFF militants in parallel. This must be the long-term strategy. And this is the strategy that I want to undertake. However, I want to, go with. However, we require support with more pressing matter. This might have very significant consequences for our British citizens and may serve as a dangerous trigger if we're not careful. Fan gestured at Manoli. She carefully placed several pieces of paper in front of her. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, and Miss Minister, as you already know, there is a major Supreme Court case at the moment. Excuse me. Ishmael Erzden is suing the governor of Persia, Felix Braun, for infringing upon the liberties of British people and demands that the constitution be revised. Because of the argument and the implications, Felix Braun and consequently the very constitution of Solent is under trial. The fact is, he needs to be punished and the constitution must be reviewed. I am aware of In fact, we are already working on revoking the current special zone status of Persia. That's great to hear. We would be very happy if you can share the details once they're more concrete. We will definitely give support to that when the time comes, Mr. President. However, the case of Ishval Erzan has a bigger reach than Persia. Nia raised her hand as it spoke. I was actively involved in this case because of the implications with the Constitution. There is no way the Supreme Court will agree with Ishval Erzan on all of the points. Not if all three parties of the Assembly support Erzan together. We can put pressure on them, and we only need them to agree on a few of those points. I'm listening. What do you want to know, Mr. President? What's the significance of this case? I'll be straight with you, Mr. President. If the court rules against Erzan, this will most likely turn into a BFF campaign for a bloodish revolution. We ask everybody to recognize this. I and the NFP are ready to push for de-escalation and aid our nation during this dangerous time. Holy shit! I did not expect that. I'll be completely honest, I would never have expected that from exactly Nia, exactly. Remus was visibly annoyed but kept himself silent. Because the case is now in the hands of the Supreme Court, this ruling is it will influence all future implementations of the law and the decision making of the lower courts. We have the Minister of Justice here with us too. I'm sure she would not disagree with what I just said. Nia did not comment but nodded. I'm afraid Mr. Kibbener is right about this. If the court ignores this case now, this may turn to something massive. Therefore, we have to pressure the court not to escalate the already high tensions. What do you think really? What do you really think will happen for the North? Sonlat will not be threatened nor blackmailed by some massive response from group people. As concerning as this all is, the Supreme Court must make its decision independently. It's not in our jurisdiction, just as lawmaking is not theirs. Let's go with the first one. Another all-out BFF rebellion, Mr. President. In my opinion, that would be the preferred outcome. If enemies do truly live within our borders, let them help them show their true faces earlier than later. This is exactly what those damn Rums want. They want they are readying for war and waiting to use the tension inside Poland against us. We can't allow that to happen. We definitely can't. What is the most likely outcome of this case? The first and most likely option is that the Supreme Court completely ignores the arguments and rejects it in its entirety. If they ignore all of the points and strike against Ersin Governor Braun, he would be free to follow his discriminatory policies without any obstacles. And in a possible future case, the court's interpretation of the Ersin case would be the basis of all future rulings, which opens the way for suspending the rights of non-swords. It would effectively erase any progress that has been made regarding bloodish rights and will embolden anti-bloodish proponents to follow their actions freely. We definitely can let that happen. Exactly. That is precisely why our expectation is to see a different result this time. Stakes couldn't be higher. What are your plans and suggestions? In short, the plan is to release a unified statement to the justices declaring our support for Ersan and explaining why this is so important. The only good result will be if the Supreme Court reiterates its commitment, the pillar of unity in Solism. Mr. President, despite previously being against it, I now completely understand why Solent still needs Solism. We need unity more than ever. And Article 6 is that unity. We do not need Solist unity. Pizarro stared Remus down and continued. If the court reiterates the definition of sword in Article 6 as an all-encompassing term, they would be acknowledging that Erzan and others like him are indeed protected by the rights of the sword peoples, which they are. As a result, the resettlement policy in Deir would be reversed, opening the way for Government Braun's removal and the de-escalation of tensions in Bergia. Is that true, Mrs. Morgan? Miss Morgan. That is correct, Mr. President. Doesn't that mean the existence of the Bloodish people is literally not being acknowledged? Exactly. Our current constitution fails to recognize the Bloodish people. It is time we abolish the inherent racism in it. The citizens of Solent are swords. The constitution clearly defines that in Article 6 it encompasses everybody. This shouldn't be up for debate. What racism are you talking about? Solism is based on civic nationalism, not ethnic. I do not understand why someone would go against such a broad and inclusive law. I don't see the commies criticizing their identity, Contanan. Then, in fact, that country is filled with different ethnicities. I agree with Mr. Kibbener. United Solent is what we need. Exactly. Does the Maleniev call himself Kiovian before Contanan? Why is it that Bloods cannot do the same? Why can't Swords Patriots wish for unity? Oh my god. I sort of agreed for some racism here. You have a point, but I must point out that Contania is the word for a geographic entity, unlike sword. This is swordland. You can subscribe to whatever idea you want, but if you are a citizen, you are a sword. This is how nations work. The reality is the Bloods do not respect nor recognize the laws and authority of Swordland. They'd rather separate themselves from swords and protest the very laws that protect them, so that they can try about injustice and ask Swordland's enemies to come and save them. I personally do not agree with the Bloods are swords, soulless crap. I can't believe the words being thrown around this meeting. And what is the position of the BFGP? I personally somewhat agree with Mr. Kibbener on this. However, our position as the BFGP is that Article 6 does indeed discriminate against non-swords, and having a positive outcome for this case alone doesn't suffice. We agreed to come together in support of Ishval Erzin, but we believe our statement should include the acknowledgement of the inherent racism within the Constitution. We must use this opportunity to show the flaws in the Constitution. If the court agrees that there is in fact conflict between the articles or recognizes the discrimination, and the Hawker court is going to listen to that? Besides, we do not agree with your inherent racism hogwash. You have to state that it is your party's opinion and does not affect the NFP won't take part in that. That would make the statement look weak and disorganized. If there's no consistent strategy, I don't think it would work. I think I have enough information to be able to say we are deep in the mud here. Peter laughed at his own joke at them, but nobody else reacted. Well, I think the NFP stance could do some good to the British without provoking the establishment, but even that might be risky right before the vote. But the BFGP stance is too radical. I think it would only antagonize the Supreme Court even further and make them give a worse ruling. I think it might be better to keep our administration out of this. I'm not sure if it's worth the risk right before the vote for our reforms. We might lose all of our progress, but the decision is yours. Tell me why you should pressure the court to admit discrimination within the Constitution. Because it is the right thing to do, Mr. President. Now is not the time for weak and superficial actions. We can show the people of Solon the reality of the situation and create a precedent for a future constitutional amendment of these articles. And the NFP is willing to join with that statement? No, we are willing to give our support for Erzan for the violation of his rights to property, but if we are going to go that way, we have to make two separate statements. And how do you think the Supreme Court will react if we do it your way? We have to try. If they truly care for the people, they will agree to it. If not, people will see the reality of the soulless state apparatus. What do you think, Peter? Peter leaned in and whispered, I don't think this would work, Anton. The court won't be influenced. Plus, it will further antagonize them against our reforms. We will definitely lose votes. In my opinion, the BFGP has the most to gain from this. They will be seen as the leaders of the stable, not us. What do you suggest we do, Miss Morgana? Nia leaned in and whispered, agreeing with Mr. Richter and Miss Suhail. I personally think we should join them in their statement. But I also agree with that Chief Justice Hawker won't have a sudden change of heart because of it. I think I have made my own position clear. However, you know about the current protocol and reality. In the end, it is your decision. Tell me why we should try to convince them to reiterate their position on Article 6. Because it is the only way to decrease tensions, and the Supreme Court can't afford to look hypocritical, so they have to take the soulless side. I still think this is admitting defeat against soullessism, but Mr. Kibbener is right. The Rumberg situation demands extraordinary measures. Is the PFGP willing to join with that statement? As much as I don't agree with it, we are willing to compromise and join in. But if you are going to go this way, we will still need to make our separate statement as party policy. Manoli was shaking in her seat in fury, but managed to keep herself silent. And how do you think the Supreme Court will react if you do it your way? I truly believe they will be convinced it is not against their ideology, and that is what Colonel Sol intended with the Constitution. We'll be shooting them with their own guns. Just imagine all parties of the Assembly are reminding them of their duty with their own beloved Constitution. Mr. Hawker can't take that pressure. What do you think, Peter? Peter leaned in and whispered, I think this is risky, Anton, but if it works, which it actually might, it could make a big difference. If the court really feels the pressure and accepts it, the lower courts will need to adhere to their interpretation and might not get rid of legal discrimination, but it could at least decrease it. If we're looking to reduce tensions with the British people, that's one way to do it, But with the vote on our reform coming soon, it's a real leap of faith. What do you should suggest we do, Miss Morkna? Nia leaned in and whispered, I definitely do not agree with Mr. Kibener or Mr. Ostron. I don't see soulless unity working in reality. But I also have to say that pushing this position will likely have a real effect on the outcome of the case. Mr. Hawker can agree with the traditional soulless interpretation after all. However, as long as our law enforcement forces are filled with anti-bloodish officers, I don't believe the change on the ground will be so visible. I think I've heard enough. The USB will join the statement. We will argue that the British people are considered swords before the law, as Mr. Kibbener suggested. Yeah, I think this is probably the best outcome. That's great to hear. We will get to work immediately after celebrations. I don't like the sound of this. Neither do I, as much as it may be needed. This will only strengthen the soulism of the USB. We all know swordists don't agree with soulless nationalism. I mean, like, listen, we're in a dire situation. I don't have the army to stop a Rumberg attack. The economy is in shambles. I cannot take another fucking BFF insurgency. And if you're going to go with Arab socialism, a component of it is unity and nationalism. So, like progressive, non-discriminatory nationalism. And the idea is that the Arab is more of a cultural, it's more of a cultural rather than ethnic identity. To be Arab is to speak Arabic, is to support the causes of the Arab world, and is to live in an Arab country. To be an Arab, you don't have to be ethnically an Arab. Like I might be ethnically an Arab. I'm Lebanese, and I might have traced my lineage back to Yemen or some shit, like some 1,000 years ago. I'm an Arab. I mean, that's the interpretation of Arabism that I'm willing to go with. Of course, others can still say that no, they are Kurdish or Assyrian or, but not Phoenician. Fuck that idea. That's all Phoenician revanchism bullshit. That should go to the dustbin of history. That's just disingenuous, especially when was Lebanese Christians that pioneered modern Arab nationalism in the late 19th and early 20th century. But yes, I mean, I don't like you can have multiple identities. You can be Arab and you can be Arab and Kurdish at the same time, or Arab and Assyrian at the same time, or Arab and Amazigh at the same time. It's not that complicated. In general, to be an Arab is to live in the Arab world, to speak Arabic, and to support the Arab causes. That's what makes an Arab an Arab. I mean, hell, you can be ethnically Arab, you can speak the language, but you can be very much against the interests of your own people. Does that make you an Arab? No, that makes you a fucking collaborator. We talk about that later, Remus. Sordis will have to listen to me this time. We will also support the effort of this for the sake of a positive result. We appreciate all your comments, ladies and gentlemen, but now that USB status is clear, we should probably end the meeting here. After bidding our farewells, Kisaro took us outside the building to join the Victory Day event on the plaza. Okay, we're making more money. This is good. This is good. See, the economy is growing. Arvory. Energy price fluctuation impact. Arvory is grappling with the implications of energy price fluctuations. These irregularities in energy costs have, negatively impacted the local economy, with households and businesses facing financial strain due to unpredictable energy bills. The local government is under pressure to find solutions, mitigate the impact, and stabilize the energy market. Energy price fluctuations in Lawrence Morna have brought about the significant economic implications. Households and industries are grappling with it. Okay. Okay. The big three unite against Governor Braun. Co-investment strategy pays off for Gassom. Okay. Yes, PE, NFP, and PFGC display their commitment to solids and you piss off. Okay, let's continue. Chapter 3 Victims of Changes. So, what do we have here? A call from Marcel Coronti. Well, Chapter 3, eh? Chapter 3. You know, I think maybe we should start Chapter 3 next time. I think we should start Chapter 3 the next time. I think we've done plenty today, and it's best if we continue next week. Because I don't want to embark on this chapter and stop in the middle. Next week we'll go through chapter 3 and chapter 4, I believe, and we will finish this. Thank you all for watching. I hope you had a wonderful time and a wonderful weekend. Take care and good night.